Order, please. Just before we begin with the daily routine, I'd like to take the opportunity to make an introduction. If I could draw the members' attention to the Speaker's Gallery. I have with me here today a distinguished resident of the Eastern Shore constituency, recently retired litigation practitioner and very active person in our community on any number of causes. Would the House give a warm welcome to Miss Jean McKenna, please. We'll now move on to reading and presenting of petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to read this government notice of motion on behalf of the Premier. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas yesterday at sundown, Jewish Nova Scotians began the observance of Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day. And whereas we pause to remember the countless innocent people, including 6 million Jewish men, women, and children who suffered and died at the hands of the Nazis. And whereas it is important to always be mindful of the atrocities committed during the Holocaust and our collective responsibility to ensure that these events are neither forgotten nor repeated. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly mark this time with people around the world to both reflect and educate ourselves about the enduring lessons of the Holocaust. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas many Nova Scotians have family connections or live in Fort McMurray, Alberta, and are closely watching the wildfire situation there, and whereas, along with our thoughts and prayers, Nova Scotia stands ready to provide Alberta with whatever help is needed, just as we have in the past and just as they would for us. And whereas the Alberta fires are a sobering reminder to all of us that wildfires are extremely dangerous, so caution and care is very important when burning a brush pile or setting a campfire. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature strongly consider sending donations to the Red Cross Emergency Appeal to support the evacuees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
I'd like to direct the House's attention to the East Gallery, where we have joining with us Sarah Baird. I would ask her to please stand. Heidi Darling and Mark Durkee. I ask them to have the warm welcome of the House. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas 2016 marks the 60th anniversary of the Atlantic branch of the Canadian Institute of Public Health Inspectors, and whereas Canadians and Nova Scotians depend on the Institute and its members, such as environmental health officers, food safety specialists, and public health officers, whether they are working in a remote setting, rural area, or urban centre, at all levels of government with business and private industry. And whereas public health inspectors over the past 100 years have excelled at protecting our health and well-being where we all live, work, eat, and play. Therefore, be it resolved that we recognize the Atlantic branch of the Canadian Institute of Public Health Inspectors for their proud history and ongoing contributions in the service in protecting and improving the lives of Atlantic Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, before I read this resolution, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce Donna Lugar, Ann Bazina, Rebecca Mombercat, Leanne Morgan, Suzanne McCarthy, and these guests are tireless advocates for Lyme disease awareness, and they work hard to make sure Nova Scotians know how to prevent it. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask members of the House to give them a warm welcome today. From Yarmouth to Cape Breton enjoy taking to the outdoors to hike, bike, camp, and take part in other outdoor activities to have fun, get active, and stay fit. And whereas being active outdoors means taking steps to protect ourselves, our families, and pets from black-legged tick that carry the bacteria that cause Lyme disease. And whereas raising awareness and practicing preventive measures such as frequent tick checks and proper tick removal when enjoying outdoor activities. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House help raise awareness by recognizing the month of May as Lyme Disease Awareness Month in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice, passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
Bill number 177, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill on behalf of the member of Chester St. Margaret's entitled An Act to Establish an Environmental Bill of Rights. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River, on behalf of the Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish an Environmental Bill of Rights.
Bill number 178, entitled An Act to Establish an Environmental Bill of Rights.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Permission granted.
Seated in the West Gallery today, I'm pleased to have my wife, Carol. I'm going to introduce her first this time, Mr. Speaker. I won't make the same mistake as before. And with her, I'm so pleased to have my friends, Raylene and Jan McPherson, our dear friends, and also Beth Ferguson and Betty Garby. If I could ask them to stand. I've known Raylene for quite some time, and I've known her to be a very strong lady. And now the rest of the world is getting to see why. So if the members can give them a warm welcome. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness.
Bill number 179, entitled An Act Respecting Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Sociables Pub and Eatery for being named the 2016 Spring Hill Business of the Year. Opened just over 2 years ago, Sociables has become a regular stop to enjoy great food and fine service.
This is truly a family business for our owners Krista and Brent McDonald and Jeff and Trudy Harrison. They employ 10 people. Sociables is a great addition to the Spring Hill business community. Jeff and Brent work well together and have brought a new sense of buy local to the area. They are proud of the quality food and drink that they offer. And I can attest to both, Mr. Speaker. They are praised by their employees for the work atmosphere that they have created. It is a great place to visit. Congratulations, Sociables. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, the Provincial Volunteer Awards were held recently, and a middle school student in my riding was awarded the Youth Volunteer Award. I wanted to take a minute to congratulate Julia Kuhn, as the list of activities she volunteers for is extensive. From being a youth volunteer at the IWK to the Rotary Club, Brigadoon Camp, school clubs, as well as her empathy and passion knows no limits. I'm proud to have such an exceptional youth as a student at Goresbrook Junior High in my constituency. Clearly, her selflessness benefits her school peers and all the people in the community she touches with her positive attitude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is the International Day of the Midwife. Midwives are educated health professionals who develop trusting relationships with expectant moms by providing care through pregnancy, labor, birth, and the postpartum period. Midwives also care for newborn infants in their first 6 weeks of life. Midwifery services are available at the IWK Health Centre, the South Shore District Health Authority, and the Guysborough-Ankenish Strait Health Authority. We support expanding midwifery care in the province. It's an important and valuable service for families. Today, on behalf of the PC Caucus, I say big thanks to our highly trained midwives for providing first-rate care to Nova Scotia's mums and babies. Happy International Day of the Midwife. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, in 1989, a resolution was passed in the House of Commons to eradicate child poverty by the year 2000. Decades later, the percentage of Nova Scotia children living in poverty was 24% higher than it had been in 1989 when that promise was made. Nova Scotia has the third highest rate of poverty in Canada and the highest in Atlantic Canada. This is not only shameful, it is also costly. Research shows that poverty can be a cause of poor health. Poor health, Mr. Speaker, is expensive. A 2010 report by CCPA estimated that the health-related cost of poverty in Nova Scotia was $240 million. Mr. Speaker, good management of our health care resources demands that we develop effective poverty reduction strategies.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm always pleased to have an opportunity to recognize members of our community who make a real difference. Each year, the South Shore chapter of Habitat for Humanity organizes a benefit dinner and gala to raise funds for their next build. This is an incredibly dedicated group who work year-round to organize and coordinate an amazing evening of great food and great company for a great cause. The community support for this event has been incredible year after year. With Peter Mansbridge as this year's guest speaker, the tickets didn't last long. A sellout crowd of 300 filled the room and raised $35,000. I'd like to thank all the organizers and volunteers who put the time and effort into this fundraiser to make it such a great success, and thank all who attended for their continued support of this great cause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Monsieur le Président, après 15 ans à titre de directrice générale de Le Courrier de la Nouvelle-Écosse, Mme Denise Comeau des Hôtels prend sa retraite bien méritée. À partir du 22 avril 2016, Mme Justine Fortin est devenue la nouvelle directrice générale pour ce journal. Justine Fortin est native de Montréal, Québec. Elle est diplômée en droit et en communication et a un intérêt dans les politiques et administratrice des médias émergents et la qualité de ces genres. Elle est aussi une grande défenseuse de la langue française, parlée ou écrite. À Mme Fortin, bienvenue dans notre région francophone et je la souhaite bonne chance dans cette nouvelle carrière. Mr. Speaker, after 15 years as Director General of Le Courrier de la Nouvelle-Écosse, Ms. Denise Comeau Desautel has taken her well-deserved retirement. As of the 22nd of April, Ms. Justine Fortin became the new Director General for this newspaper. Ms. Justine Fortin is a native of Montreal. She's a graduate of the University of Montreal in Law and Communications. She has an interest in politics and also an admirer of emerging media. She's also a great defender of the French language, spoken or written. We welcome Justine Fortin to our region and wish her well in her new career. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently had the opportunity to hear the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development talk about students in our schools participating in budgeting exercises to learn real-life lessons. The minister indicated many students don't know the cost of an apartment, but based on this government's approach to wages and income support, I'd say some members of this House may not either. The CCPA recently calculated a living wage for Halifax. A family of 4 with 2 children could be expected to have monthly expenses of more than $5,000, Mr. Speaker, and that doesn't include any money for debt repayment like student loans, retirement savings, savings for children's education, or life insurance, or any savings to own a home. The cost of living is increasing. Income inequality is growing, and it's time Nova Scotia had a government that understands working should lift you up, not drag you down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to tell you about a Bedford businessman who was recently honoured as Bedford's Distinguished Business Person of the Year. Fred Schulman started Say It With Stitches in 1986 together with his wife Claudette. At the time, he was employed by Okanagan Helicopter, supporting offshore exploration. He continued to fly while running Say It With Stitches, and in 1989, the Schulmans purchased the building where the business is located today on Bedford Highway, and the business continues to thrive after 3 decades. Fred has served his community in a volunteer capacity for many years. He's been on the board of the Rock Church Christian Association for 28 years. He's also been active with CFIB, the Halifax Chamber of Commerce, OTAN's, Promotional Products of Canada, and the Bedford Business Association, where he's the new president. I'd like to congratulate Fred and Claudette on the success of their business and commend Fred on his honour and wish him every success in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, May 1 to 7 is National Hospice Palliative Care Week. This year's theme is Hospice Palliative Care First. Increasing awareness and education is one of the best ways to advocate for change and ensure that every Canadian has access to quality hospice palliative care. Providing comfort and peace for people living and dying with life-threatening illness should be our goal. Today, I want to thank everyone at the Nova Scotia Hospice Palliative Care Association and everyone who is working so hard in our province to provide hospice care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, this session may be drawing to a close, and I feel some comfort knowing that Nova Scotians are aware of the many ER closures and shortage of doctors across this province. Personally, Mr. Speaker, I am not upset that the Premier promised a doctor for every Nova Scotian. I am upset that from now on, I won't be able to believe his comments. When it comes to a doctor for everyone, Mr. Speaker, the Premier's promise carries no weight at all. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, this story is to be continued.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the opening of a new business in Arishat. The 13th Caper gas station started serving customers in July of 2015 and introduced the province's first 24-hour unattended gas pump system. In addition to the gas pumps, the business also features a small takeout coffee shop called La Goélette à Pépé Café, which, in addition to allowing customers to enjoy various custom-branded coffees, teas, and snacks, also serves as a hub for local artisans to sell their handiwork. Community and family are extremely importantly to the independently owned Caper Gas, and this is reflected in the fact that this new business is located in the same building that once housed a gas station that was operated by co-owner Brian Boudreau's father, Carl, for many years. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating Brian and Lisa Boudreau of Caper Gas on all of their success and growth and for carrying on a family tradition.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place today to suggest that Nova Scotia book publishing is in potential chaos. Local publishers have lost their operating funding, and plans indicate that the Creative Industry Fund will focus only on export-related projects. In other words, financial support will be weakened, and this will be a negative direct impact for book publishers. Publishers are experiencing difficulty with publishing books because they do not know the amount of funding that may be available. This appears to stifle the industry's potential for growth in the province. Nova Scotia publishers support approximately 800 creative, talented, educated Nova Scotians, from writers, artists, illustrators, editors, production managers, salespeople, distributors, and booksellers. Cultural industries shape our society, develop our sense of identity, and provide us with a sense of pride within our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People all over the world are honouring International Day of Midwives today, May 5th. Midwifery provides a high-quality, specialized service that places women and newborn at the centre of care. Midwives are able to take the necessary time to develop trusting relationships with the mothers. The research shows that women with midwives have shorter hospital stays, fewer interventions during labour, and are more likely to breastfeed, Mr. Speaker. However, midwifery services are currently only available in 3 sites in Nova Scotia, so we'd like to urge the Department of Health and Wellness to develop a plan to integrate midwifery across the health system and across the province, and then, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians can truly celebrate the International Day of Midwifery.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, the entrepreneurial spirit brings a great deal to our rural communities. Last year, Mr. Damien Phillips, a native of the UK, renovated a 170-year-old building on the Scotia harbourfront and turned into a charming bed and breakfast called the Groundswell. Damien offers hiking and cycling as well as sailing and kayaking packages. He also offers equipment rentals for kayaking, biking, surfing, and for the accurately named stand-up paddleboarding. This spring, Damien has added a pub with delicious locally sourced food, local craft beer, and live music featuring some very talented Cape Breton musicians. I'm sure that this will be a very popular spot for Richmond County residents and tourists alike. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating Damien Phillips on the successful launch of both a bread and breakfast and a pub in the Scouse, Ilmadam, and in wishing him continued success with his new business.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Riverview Redettes cheerleaders who are the provincial cheer champions for a 2nd year in a row. Head coach Emma Nickerson and the Redettes stepped up and pulled off the best performance of the season when it counted, winning the Nova Scotia School Athletic Federation Level 4 Championship at the County Recreation Centre in Coxheath. The Riverview Redettes assistant coaches are Madison Waterfield and Brianna Lesnick. Riverview also placed 3rd at the Highland Regional Champions. Today, I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating the Riverview Redettes and their coaches on their outstanding performance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, there have been many references to the historical record during the sitting of the House, many comments casting back to governments of the past. Mr. Speaker, this legislature may be the oldest in Canada, but it does not make it a museum. It is a place for lively, forward-looking debate. It is not an archives. On the opening day of the NSNDP Leadership Convention, Gary Burrell said, "I believe that we are entering a new moment, a time when we as New Democrats will lead our province on a course to a stronger democracy and to greater environmental, economic, and social justice." Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to look forward to a future of great possibilities. We invite Nova Scotians to look forward with us.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to direct my colleagues' attention to the East Gallery, where a constituent, a student at St. Francis Xavier University, former page with the PEI legislature, Julia Hanley, is here to see how we handle ourselves in the Nova Scotia legislature. Perhaps something she can take back to PEI when she goes. If you could give her the warm welcome of the House. Mr. Speaker, the Antigonish Highland Dance Association hosted the Scott Dance Nova Scotia Provincial Competition the weekend of April 23rd. Dancers showcased their hard work and talent while competing for a spot to represent Nova Scotia at the 2016 Scott Dance Canada Championship Series this summer in Winnipeg. All participants gave it their all, and it was truly a sight to be seen for anybody who enjoys the art of Highland dancing, and for that, I congratulate them. Special recognition should be given to Annikanish dancers Courtney McDonald, Abigail McDonald, Megan Smith, Carly McDonald, my niece Hannah Delory, and Erin Guilfoy. Each has earned a spot as a Nova Scotia provincial representative for the 2016 Scott Dance Canadian Championship. I know they will represent Annikanish and Nova Scotia well on the national stage. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to recognize the volunteers, dance instructors, and parents for the hard work they have done organizing the event and preparing the dancers for competition. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my colleagues in the House of Assembly join me in congratulating all involved in the Scott Dance Nova Scotia Provincial Championship on their successful and culturally enriching event. Thank you.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise today to extend congratulations to South Colchester Academy on being co-winners in the first ever Samsung Solve for Tomorrow Challenge. As my fellow members may recall, students at South Colchester Academy use science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to solve water issues that were not only flooding their school's soccer field, but damaging a nearby river's ecosystem. Their creativity, determination, and collaboration has won them a $50,000 Samsung Classroom Technology Grant, tailored specifically to meet the classroom technology needs of the school. I would also like to say thank you to our members and the people of Nova Scotia who showed their support to SCA by voting for their project. Congratulations once again to the faculty and, most importantly, the students of South Colchester Academy.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, connecting people all over the world through the art of giving is happening right here in Nova Scotia. A teacher in Nova Scotia, Hants County, Ginger Laboutier, started the Travelling Kindness Rock project at the start of last year's school year. She was inspired by the beauty of the Australian Aboriginal art. 5 months after this project began, nearly 200 rocks were being sent all over the world to places as far away as Argentina from Nova Scotia for people who are in need of support or cheering up. Mrs. Ginger Laboutier is the daughter of the proud parents Luella and the member from Queens Shelburne. Thank you.
The honourable member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize and congratulate Connor Brando on attaining the Duke of Edinburgh's International Award, which creates opportunities for young people to develop skills, get physically active, give service, and experience adventure. The award can play a crucial role in the development outside the classroom. Connor Brando of Lake Loon achieved the distinction of receiving the Bronze Award for those 14 years old. This award gives Connor international accreditation for his experiences and allows his achievements to be recognized worldwide. I applaud and commend Connor Brando on his tremendous achievements and wish him every success in the future.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, the month of May marks Brain Tumor Awareness Month. This country is fortunate to have the Brain Tumor Foundation of Canada to serve the needs of those Canadians affected by all types of brain tumors. Every day, 27 Canadians are diagnosed with a brain tumor. These tumors affect all aspects of day-to-day life, including vision, hearing, and memory. Beyond the physical effects, brain tumors can also take an emotional and financial toll on individuals and their families. Despite advancing medical research, brain tumors remain unpredictable and complex. Sadly, there is no cure. I am pleased to recognize the support offered by the Brain Tumor Foundation of Canada to the 55,000 Canadians living with a brain tumor. Their hard work helps those affected find hope. Thank you.
The honourable member for Truro, Bobble Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are here to honor the International Day of the Midwife. Midwifery provides women an alternative, a high-quality, specialized service that places women and their newborns at the center of care. Midwives develop comforting and trusting relationships with mothers. Women with midwives have shorter hospital stays, fewer interventions during labor, and are more likely to breastfeed. However, midwifery services are currently available in only 3 sites in Nova Scotia, so I urge this government to make midwifery a priority in Nova Scotia and plan to integrate midwifery care across the province and throughout the healthcare system, so that in this way, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotian women are honoured and can truly celebrate International Day of the Midwife. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize Cheryl Fleming of Prospect. Cheryl is a trained architect, she is a skillful dancer, and an accomplished artist. Since moving to the Prospect area, Cheryl has been inspired by the dramatic coastline with its sharp contrast of harsh ruggedness and mystical beauty. She has become more inspired about landscape and plein air painting to capturing the beauty of this truly unique and unspoiled area. Cheryl's work has been described as an artist with a loose style that has thought and spontaneity at the same time. Passion, drama, and imagination are evoked in her figurative and landscape work. Cheryl's work is on exhibit at a number of galleries in the province and can be viewed at her home and family business, Sandcastle B&B in Prospect. Congratulations to Cheryl on all of these impressive accomplishments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend, joined with the member from Northside Westmount on Sydney's waterfront, the community celebrated the unveiling of a monument recognizing Canada's brave citizens who were part of our merchant navy, who braved the high seas during 2 world wars. These sailors risked their lives boarding supply ships across the submarine-infested waters of the Atlantic Ocean to ensure that supplies made it safely to our troops. I want to thank all levels of government for their support of this project and all involved with making this monument a reality. Most importantly, thank you to all the merchant marines with us today or who have passed, and to their families for your commitment to our safety and to our democracy during 2 world wars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West on an introduction.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the East Gallery, and I would like to introduce Bruce Holland to you today. Some of you may know Bruce. He was a former member of this House from 1993 to 1998, and during that time he was Minister of Science and Technology and Minister of Sport, and he represented Timberley Prospect, and that's one riding that hasn't changed its name, which is interesting. He's currently the publisher of the Parkview News, so well known to a number of us in the mainland north part of Halifax, and he is also the executive director of the Spryfield Business Commission. So I wonder, Bruce, if you would rise and we'd give you a warm welcome. Well, you're so well known. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the span of 25 years, the services offered at the Sutherland Harris Memorial Hospital in Pictou have been slowly eliminating. What was once a full-service hospital where surgeries were performed, babies delivered, offered an outpatient clinic, and a full slate of doctors has now been reduced to a handful of doctors, a part-time blood clinic, and a restorative care unit. With the recent news of another doctor leaving and the shutdown of the after-hours walk-in clinic, Pictou residents have been dealt with another blow to their front-line health care. Constituents routinely contact me because they do not have a doctor or their doctor is leaving and now they have lost the after-hours clinic. Mr. Speaker, the constituents of Pictou West deserve much better. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plain Lucasville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this time to acknowledge the achievements of a Hammonds Plains business that is taking off, literally. Sky Squirrel Technologies are the makers of automated drones and software used to inspect crops, particularly wine, grapes, and perform analytical analysis on the resulting data to improve yields and reduce costs for vineyards. The company was awarded a $1 million fund in startup for the first round of investment this month, and looks to be well on track for future success, with wine being an $85 billion industry worldwide and growth business here in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Sky Squirrel's 8 employees and CEO Richard Vanderput on their ingenuity and economic success and wish them and the vineyards they serve all the best in this year's growing season.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Mr. Speaker, SARMU will be presented on Sunday, March 8th to Tuesday, May 10th at Drumlin Heights Consolidated School in Argyle, featuring local talented young musicians. SARMU was born in the late 1970s at Saint-Anne-du-Ruisseau Consolidated School, and although that school is now closed, the show has maintained its name and tradition for 39 years, featuring students from Drumlin Heights and École Secondaire de Paromba, showcasing a variety of musical styles and genres. The SARMU concert has always been presented on Mother's Day and the 2 days following to allow an opportunity for everyone to attend this high-quality event. I can continue to offer my congratulations to all the organizers, co-producers, volunteers, and musicians who participate. May it continue to grow and thrive for many years to come.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate teacher Denise Oak of Dr. T.L. Sullivan Middle School on winning a 2016 Education Week Award in April. This year's theme for Education Week was media literacy, empowering critical thinking in a digital media world. The awards were given to educators who are helping students develop the skills they need to understand, create, and critically interpret text and print on screen and in digital format. These educators are also teaching students how to be respectful, ethical, and responsible digital citizens. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in thanking Ms. Oak for her hard work and dedication and congratulate her for receiving this award. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government at times is in a bit of a state of denial about the doctor shortage around Nova Scotia, but let me tell you, the doctor shortage is very real, and the amount of calls I get into the constituency office is really quite breathtaking. I had a call yesterday from a lady whose 90-year-old mother is looking for a doctor, and she called the health authority, and the health authority said, well, maybe see what family physician your children have. So she did, and she went, and of course that doctor is full. He's not taking any new patients. So she went back to the health authority. Now, if you can believe this, Mr. Speaker, the health authority instructed this 90-year-old lady who's desperately looking for a doctor to call her MLA or her MP. So now we have the government holding their hands up in the air saying no problem here, and the health authority is completely overwhelmed. They don't know what to do. Call your MLA is the advice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The city of Fort McMurray, Alberta, has been ravaged by catastrophic wildfires that continue to be out of control. Among these citizens are many Nova Scotians who moved west seeking employment. Let's keep them and everyone affected by this terrible tragedy in our prayers. We must remember the emergency crews who are risking their lives in the line of duty, and the volunteers giving unselfishly of themselves at great personal risk. It is reported that over 88,000 people have been evacuated. It is also estimated that over 1,600 structures have been destroyed. Although Fort McMurray is many miles away from us here in Nova Scotia, remember that they are part of us in this great country of Canada. Let's all be generous in our contributions when called upon, regardless of whether it's financial or emotional support, because we are all in this together. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The honourable member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, Ms. Kimberly Gugu, a Sea Cadet from Wakaba, was chosen as one of the Canadian cadets to go to sea this past March break. This program offers cadets the practical opportunity to demonstrate navigation, seamanship, and leadership components of the Corps in real-life situations. Kimberly had to complete Phase 3 training and have a high level of physical fitness to be selected. The program helps cadets learn about themselves, discover hidden strengths and talents, and understand the value of teamwork. Let us congratulate Ms. Gugu for her achievement as we look to see her continue to demonstrate her leadership abilities.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Christina Ronbeck McNeil is an inspiring young basketball star who lives in the constituency of Eastern Passage and has received recognition from the Beacon as our Athlete of the Month for March. This 13-year-old superstar has been a player on the Dartmouth Lakers now for 2 years. Being a grade 7 student at the Eastern Passage Education Center, she decided to join the girls' basketball team there as well. Christina recently participated in the Lions free throw competition and after 2 rounds moved to the finals. I ask that this House please join me in congratulating Christina and wish her all the best on her bright future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Congratulations to Breton Bracelets, a non-profit organization who won first place in the Cape Breton Regional Junior Achievement Competition and then went on to win and share first place at the provincial competition. The organization includes CEO Katie Van Sutphen, Brenton Sutherland, Alec McDonald, Holly Bond, Jenna McLennan, Emma Monroe, Connie Campbell, Siobhan McDonald, and Hannah Beaton. They manufacture bracelets made from recycled copper branded with Cape Breton Island. Let us acknowledge their hard work and the successful implementation of their idea into a commercialized product. Mr. Speaker, we should also acknowledge their generosity. Breton Bracelets will be making a donation to L'Arche Cape Breton, an organization dedicated to providing homes and the dignity of work for community members.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fall River's Mitchell Holohan and co-developer Cole Campbell of Site 2020 Incorporated were the recipients of first place in Zone 4 of the 1 to 3 technology startup competition announced by Inavicor on January the 21st. Their company created innovations that could increase safety for the road construction workers. The system networks smart portable traffic lights with a tabloid, this allowing a single employee to manage traffic safety and create an innovative platform for communications on construction sites. The competition was held in 5 zones across the province, with each zone winner receiving $100,000. Nova Scotia's future will thrive with the innovative ideas of these young adults. Please join me in congratulating Mitchell and Cole and wish them every success. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland South on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to take a moment and invite all members of the House to welcome Alice Pickings to the gallery today. She is the president of the Lunenburg Progressive Conservative Association, a keen observer of this House on television, here to see it live today. So welcome to Alice.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge that tomorrow, May the 6th, marks the beginning of the 2nd annual Nova Scotia Craft Brewers Week. For the next 10 days, the Nova Scotia Craft Brewers Association, led by their Executive Director, Kirk Cox, will be hosting events all across the province promoting and celebrating this rapidly growing and successful industry. Many of us here in this legislature had breweries established in just the last few years, creating jobs and improving the local economies. Within my own riding of the Halifax-Chebucto, there are 2 such businesses, the Good Robot Brewing Company and Unfiltered Brewing. Both have made a name for themselves in the community and continue to grow and prosper. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the House of Assembly to join me in commending the Nova Scotia Craft Brewers Association and all of its affiliated breweries for helping to create, promote, and celebrate this phenomenal industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate retired Chief Ralph A. Wardrope of the Milford and District Emergency Services. Mr. Wardrope began volunteering his time with the fire department in September of 1974. After serving at the rank of firefighter and captain, he was named fire chief in March of 1987. He would remain the trusted leader of the Milford Volunteers for 28 consecutive years. In March, Mr. Wardrope retired from his position as fire chief. Although he has stepped down, he still remains active within the fire department. He remains dedicated to serving our community as a firefighter, and we are grateful to continue to benefit from his 40-plus years of experience. A banquet was held to celebrate the countless hours, day and night, that Mr. Wardrope has contributed through his 28 years as the fire chief of the Milford District Emergency Services. Retired Chief Wardrope is a true example of an upstanding and compassionate member of our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise today to congratulate TD Insurance for their grand opening at their beautiful new Halifax site overlooking the Northwest Arm. I'm so pleased to be joining Frank McKenna, TD Deputy Chair, Ken Lalonde, TD Insurance President and CEO, for a celebration of 20 years of presence in Atlantic Canada and cutting of the ribbon ceremony. Much work goes into planning for a new business expansion site, and I am excited TD Insurance has chosen such a great location near the Armdale roundabout to serve the residents throughout the Halifax community. I would like to recognize Catherine A. Descaries, Associate Vice President of Client Services and Armdale resident, for committing her energy and talent to the company's expansion and the upcoming grand opening ceremony. I ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating TD Insurance for its success.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the late Pierre Alain. Pierre passed away on April the 5th at the age of 88. Pierre was born in Paris, France, and during the Second World War, as part of the French resistance, helped POWs escape into the unoccupied French zone. Pierre was an active member of the Bridgewater Legion Branch 24 and was a regular participant at the Remembrance Day ceremony in Bridgewater, reciting the poem In Flanders Fields for those assembled each year. Pierre will be remembered fondly and missed tremendously, and I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my condolences to Pierre's family and friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of my colleagues may know a remarkable young woman who tragically passed away in 2010. Holly Bartlett was born with an eye condition that caused her to lose her sight at the age of 13, but she never let her disability define who she was. Holly graduated from Prince Andrew High School in 1997, winning several awards and scholarships, including the Walter and Wayne Gretzky Scholarship. She then went to St. FX and graduated with an honors and arts degree in psychology and was, of course, on the Dean's List. She also earned a human resource certificate from Nova Scotia Community College, and at the time of her death was enrolled at Dalhousie University. Besides her long list of academic achievements, Holly had a great sense of humor and adventure. I have many fond memories of her. She's truly an extraordinary person, and it's no wonder why Holly's family and friends started a bursary to be awarded annually in her honor. The Holly E. Bartlett Memorial Bursary is available to a full-time undergraduate female student from Atlantic Canada who has a minimum average of 75, demonstrates financial need, and a commitment to community service, as well as student activities. This year's recipient is Jessie Doyle of Antigonish. Jessie is a second-year student at St. FX University. She was awarded the bursary on April 13th, and while I wasn't able to be there in person to congratulate her, I did write her a letter to share what I learned from Holly. Most importantly, seeing the ability to value and appreciate people's abilities, to see past what we often classify as disabilities. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Jessie on winning the Holly Bartlett Memorial Bursary in 2016 and wish her the best of luck. Thanks.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for 20 years, Elmwood Child Care Centre and Director Florence MacArthur has been entrusted with the care of the East Hants children. During that time, Mrs. MacArthur has grown her business from a small home-based centre to 3 locations with over 200 children. Each day, children are welcomed by caring, well-trained staff that deliver high-quality programming. Mrs. MacArthur and her staff strive to meet the needs of our children and their families with their wealth of experience and a guiding philosophy of learning through play. Their commitment to the complete development of children was demonstrated through the East Hants Outdoor Play Project, a pilot project within the Fundy region and first place in the province that maximized outdoor play, exploration, and physical fitness. This partnership with Health and Wellness, as well as 5 community health boards, was a great success. Mrs. MacArthur and her staff truly are leaders in early childhood development in Nova Scotia. There is no greater treasure than our children, Mr. Speaker, and Elmwood has contributed greatly to their happy, healthy growth and development in East Hants. We wish Mrs. MacArthur and the Elmwood staff and all the children a happy anniversary.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a moment today to tell you about 5 grade 12 students at Charles P. Allen High School in Bedford who've started their own non-profit organization. Ampai Thamachuk, Stephanie Manuel, Anna Negalich, Linda Ofume, and Julia Thorne started the Glass Slipper, an organization dedicated to providing prom dresses at no cost while spreading confidence and strengthening self-esteem. The girls have collected over 100 dresses and are preparing to give them all away before prom to girls who may not be able to purchase their own. They spend their lunch hours and after school working on receiving donations and crafting motivating messages they'll attach to each dress. All of the girls are graduating this year and they're heading to universities in Halifax, Winnipeg, and Kingston, and their goal is to expand the organization nationwide. I want to congratulate these CP Allen students on this initiative and thank them for the great work they're doing.
Thank you very much. Time allotted for member statements has almost expired. The House will now recess for a few seconds while we're ready for a question period. Order, please. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Premier how much Nova Scotia taxpayers are going to have to pay to, believe it or not, upgrade the waterfront terminal in Portland, Maine. The Premier didn't answer that question, so I'm going to try that simple question again today. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Premier how much are Nova Scotia taxpayers going to pay to upgrade the terminal in Portland, Maine?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I want to thank the Minister of Transportation for tremendous work he's been doing on behalf of the citizens of Nova Scotia to ensure that we have that international link. Working with our partner, a long-standing partner that's worked with successive governments in the province of Bay Ferries. We're looking forward to that connection starting. We're looking forward to welcoming our American visitors, and we're looking forward, Mr. Speaker, for a tourism season that will surpass last year's positive season.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, I see we're no farther ahead today in getting that answer, Mr. Speaker. Nobody's looking forward to the season more than the people of Portland, Maine, because their downtown is going to get upgraded at the expense of the taxpayers of Nova Scotia. This government's learned nothing, Mr. Speaker, from the last bad ferry deal. They signed an even worse one. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. The list of eligible expenses that the taxpayers are going to be expected to cover includes the winter layup costs for the new boat, and I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Premier why he expects the taxpayers of Nova Scotia to pay for a boat for 12 months when we only get 4 months of service.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question again. I want to thank Bay Ferries for working with the province. Mr. Speaker, they've operated that ferry service for a number of decades before the changes that took place in 2009, 10, 11. Mr. Speaker, they do a tremendous job operating the ferry from Digby to St. John's. We're continuing to look forward to them. We're continuing to see a positive season of tourism across the province. I want to thank those tourism operators who continue to stick with the government to make sure that we continue to drive the economy, not only of southwestern Nova Scotia, but indeed across the country. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank them for having the courage to invest in their tourism operations so that when those American visitors come, they can continue to see not only the general beauty of this province, but to see top quality accommodations.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, I guess, Mr. Speaker, the taxpayers are just supposed to pay. Premier would even tell them how much. They're just an open checkbook as far as he's concerned, as long as it saves the seat in Yarmouth, Mr. Speaker. Let's just call it what it is. Taxpayers have to pay. Won't even answer the question how much, Mr. Speaker. What kind of deal is that? It's a very bad deal. You know what else that taxpayers have to pay for, Mr. Speaker? From that same list, we have to pay for the terminal wages at both ends of the route, Portland and Yarmouth. Both ends, Mr. Speaker. We have to pay for office printers, for the company, Mr. Speaker. Tax advice for the private company that's going to run the route that taxpayers of Nova Scotia have to pay for their tax advice, Mr. Speaker. Even currency exchange rates are paid for, Mr. Speaker. It's very obvious what the taxpayers are expected to pay because of this bad deal. I'd like to ask the Premier, what does Bay Ferries have to pay for?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Again, I want to thank Bay Ferries, continue to work with the government, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we welcome our American tourists, our American friends to come here to enjoy the beauty of this province, enjoy the accommodations that are across the province. I want to correct the honourable member. This ferry service is not that of Yarmouth. It's indeed the Nova Scotia ferry service. And I also want to tell the honourable member that the member from Yarmouth, Mr. Speaker, lives in his ridings, works and plays with the members that he represents, and he knows how to represent them. And they, quite frankly, have all the confidence in the world as I do in that member.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier has some explaining to do about the great disparity between the December forecast update and the numbers presented to us in this budget. In December, we were told the total departmental expenses would be $4.4 million over budget. Just a few short months later, the budget revealed that, in fact, departmental expenses were $59.5 million underspent. Unbelievable. I asked the Premier, why is there a $65 million discrepancy for departmental expenses between the December forecast update and the budget?
The Honourable Premier.
I'm not sure what the honourable member is looking for. Should we aspire to be overspent? I'm not sure what her question is, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, when you compare the recent budget numbers with the December forecast update, it is hard to believe your eyes. In December, we were told that the Department of Health and Wellness was forecasted to be $3.7 million over budget. Then, in the blink of an eye, Mr. Speaker, we are told in the budget that the department was in fact $23.8 million under budget. Unbelievable. I asked the Premier, why is there a $26.5 million discrepancy in the health budget between December and April?
The Honourable Premier.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Indeed, I want to thank all Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, who over the last number of years has worked with our government, who have had to accept, Mr. Speaker, work with us to make difficult choices in the short term so that the long-term financial stability of this province, so that we can invest in the things that Nova Scotians want for them and their families, like childcare, Mr. Speaker, investing in classrooms, Mr. Speaker, continuing to provide services that I believe respect the values of Nova Scotia, and we're going to continue to do so.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Can we change question period to question and answer period? It is painfully obvious that the Premier and his government are playing short-term politics with this budget. Back in December, when they were seeking a public sector wage pattern, they wanted us to believe that the province was in dire financial straits. Now, just a few months later, in preparation for an election, they want Nova Scotians to believe that they have balanced the budget. It is unbelievable. I asked the Premier, given the conflicting stories his government has been telling Nova Scotians in recent months, why should we believe this is a balanced budget?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, I'm enjoying her enthusiasm today. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you this has been a challenge for all Nova Scotians to help the government get back to a base of fiscal balance. We had a very difficult 4 years under the NDP government that cost us dearly, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotians have recognized that there was a price to pay for electing a new Democratic Party, and they've continued to work for us. Speaker, they continue to work with our government to move forward. I'm very proud of the surplus that we have that is before this House that's being debated, Mr. Speaker. I don't think anyone in the province should be popping champagne corks. There's lots of work to do. There's a lot of difficult decisions to continue to be made, Mr. Speaker, but we're going to continue to manage this province in the best interest of all Nova Scotians, not a select few.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, by now we've all learned you have to read government press releases with a grain of salt. Certainly our seniors in the pharmacare program learned that earlier this year. Now it turns out you have to read the budget address with the same grain of salt, Mr. Speaker. The government patted itself on the back for spending $271 million this year on mental health. What they didn't tell us was that's no more money than last year, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's a 0.4% increase, and that's after accounting for the new EIBI program, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Premier, why not just be upfront with Nova Scotians and tell them that there's no new funding for mental health in the budget?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I'm very proud of the fact that I continue to have a conversation with Nova Scotians, being direct and honest about the challenges this province faces, and I want to continue to thank them for working with our government to continue to try to provide the service across this province. I want to thank the Minister of Health for working with community organizations and communities across this province to provide support and excerpts for those families that require assistance. Thank the Minister of Education for the tremendous work that's taking place in our education system across this province, early identification, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank all members of all Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, continue to believe in our government and continue to work with us so that we continue to move this province forward.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, we are so far beyond the time to just have a conversation about mental health. Mr. Speaker, there are real needs out there. It's not just a budget, these are lives. Mr. Speaker, we have people that go to the emergency room and then get sent home because they can't deal with them. We have people that call the crisis line when they're in crisis, Mr. Speaker, and they're told they have to wait 3 months to see a psychologist. We're far past time for conversations. Nova Scotians want to see real action in mental health care, Mr. Speaker, so I'd like to ask the Premier, why didn't his government make mental health service a bigger priority in this budget?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to continue to encourage him to continue the debate and read the document. I think the Minister of Health is up today. He'll be able to explain to our budget estimates the investments we've made in Department of Health. I know the Minister of Education was up in the Red Chamber talking about the great investments we did in early intervention, Mr. Speaker, and the work we're doing in our education system for early identification of mental health issues, working with clinicians across this province, Mr. Speaker, the experts, and how we deliver mental health services to this province. This is not a question of standing still, Mr. Speaker. This is delivering supports for families, and we're going to continue to work with our clinicians and families across this province to ensure they get the supports they need.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Department of Community Services has suspended the use of all hair strand drug testing in child protection cases because it has been proven to be unreliable. We also know that the department has refused to open up closed cases where this same testing was used. Mr. Speaker, Ontario and New Brunswick have already begun the review of closed cases. Nova Scotia stands alone in our refusal to automatically review cases that use this unreliable testing. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister of Justice believe that it is just and acceptable to not automatically review cases where unreliable testing methods were used?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
She's not here. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our Minister of Community Services would be better able to answer that question, I believe, today on the issue. The question has been asked, and I'd like to hear her second question. Thank you. Jeff.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, it is clearly a justice issue when we are looking into reviewing cases, court cases. Mr. Speaker, yesterday during question period, the Minister of Community Services stated that hair strand testing is never the lone reason a child should be taken into care, and I will table that. That may be true about temporary care and custody orders, but not in terms of a permanent care and custody order. In my experience as a child welfare legal aid lawyer, I am aware of hair strand testing results being the determining factor in the final stage of a child welfare proceeding. Mr. Speaker, given that this hair strand testing actually can be a contributing factor in a permanent care and custody order, will the Minister of Justice commit today to a review of all child welfare cases that use faulty drug testing?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think it was important to note what the Minister said yesterday, that this is just one of the contributing circumstances that have been used in the child custody cases. So it's not the only one, or even perhaps the definitive one. It is one of a series of them. And I think that as we go forward, we'll be working closely with the Department of Community Services to consider if there is any need for further review.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Environment. In early March, the province ordered the owners of a construction and demolition waste disposal site in Kings County to remove the banned materials. Less than 2 weeks later, the Kentville Volunteer Fire Department was called to the site to put out a massive fire. The Volunteer Fire Department has since been saddled with the bill for putting this fire out, which is reportedly in excess of $40,000. The Department of Environment has informed them that they have no intention to pay this or cover this bill, and I will table that, Mr. Speaker. My question for the Minister is this. Has the Minister been made aware of this, and has she considered the impact such a bill would have on a volunteer fire department whose only job was to protect residents and extinguish the fire?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. Actually, I'm very much aware of the situation, what's going on in Kings County. My inspectors were on site for quite a while and working with the Fire Marshal's office. It would be the Fire Marshal that would determine that my inspectors instructed that the fire had to be brought under control, or the site needed to be within compliance. As to that, further than that, it's up to we have a pollute or pay policy. It's up to the property owner to look after the cost of the fire service.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank the Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, volunteer fire departments are struggling as it is to keep members and funding together. This fire was not the fault of any volunteer agency, and as the Minister pointed out 2 weeks ago, her department was in charge of monitoring and inspecting the site going forward. My question for the Minister is this. Will the Minister meet directly with the Kentville Volunteer Fire Department and settle this issue so as not to unfairly impact this department?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
And thank the member opposite for the question again. Certainly, this is something we're very much aware of, and certainly recognize that volunteer fire departments provide a valuable service in our community. But if there's a fire in my property where I live, I'm responsible for the cost associated with that, or your insurance company is. You don't leave it up to a government department to look after that. Even though the Department of Environment officers, we were there to monitor the site to see the progress that was taking place, but it's not up to a government department, it's not up to the taxpayers of this province to foot the bill for a fire in a private enterprise. Also, we would certainly be willing to meet with anybody to discuss anything and to bring our message forward.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Association of Psychologists of Nova Scotia brought forward an idea to help more people access mental health services. So my question is to the Minister of Health. But yesterday, the member for Cumberland North called the idea an accounting solution that, quote, misses the point, and I will table that from Hansard. So, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, who is the Minister siding with, the member for Cumberland North or the mental health professionals who want to help more people than they can help today?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure in terms of the bill per se, but I've met with the Psychologists Association of the province to take a look at the work they do in the province, the important role that they play to make sure that their students get out for their work terms across the province, and I need to take a further look in terms of how the bill could improve any service.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Cumberland North unfortunately yesterday took aim at a group of dedicated mental health professionals who sincerely want to help Nova Scotians and improve our broken system. When will the Minister stop taking policy advice from the member for Cumberland North and start listening to the strong, aware, competent professionals who work in the system?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just met with many people from the counseling therapists to psychologists to psychiatrists to our school counselors at the McCormick Academic Day, and I certainly took that occasion to applaud the tremendous work that they do right across the province the work that the advisory group did in implementing the Together We Can strategy. We have a lot of tremendous work going on to improve the mental health of Nova Scotians from early years to senior years.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Speaker, a question for the Minister of Energy. I asked Minister of Business yesterday. He recommended asking Minister of Energy. In October, the United States International Trade Commission upheld a Department of Commerce decision to charge tariffs on imports for Port Hawkesbury paper. Port Hawkesbury Papers indicated they are going to file an appeal under the North American Free Trade Agreement. And we've heard the government is going to be supportive of that. That is good to hear. Can the minister update the House, respecting any needs for confidentiality, of this appeal and how the government is assisting Port Hawkesbury paper?
The Honourable Minister of Trade.
Speaker, I'd like to refer this to the Minister of Business. No, I'm not. I'm just joking. No, I want to thank the member for the question. We've been working very closely with Port Hawkesbury Paper and very closely with our federal government. If you look back at the time frame of this prior to the federal election, we were urging our federal counterparts to start the World Trade Organization process. Unfortunately, that fell on deaf ears, and we're a bit behind because of that. Once the new government was elected, Minister Freeland, at the earliest opportunity, started the appeal process through the World Trade Organization. We have retained our own legal counsel on behalf of the province of Nova Scotia. We are working in lockstep with Port Hawkesbury Paper to convince the World Trade Organization and our American counterparts that this duty is unfair and that it should be removed at the earliest opportunity.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, lucky for us, the low Canadian dollar is helping to offset the impact of the tariff. The U.S. ruling concerns centers on the cost of energy and a feeling that they have that energy is being subsidized for the mill in Point Tupper. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that we have some of the highest energy costs in North America. That is not difficult to prove. So I'm sure that there is a possibility that this can all be settled positively for Port Hawkesbury Paper and the many people who work there. How does the minister feel about Port Hawkesbury Paper's chances under NAFTA? And perhaps he could also expand upon that and let us know what his thoughts are with the U.S. presidential election and some of the comments we're hearing about NAFTA being torn up.
The Honourable Minister of Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The unfortunate thing in this whole process is that it's the length of time it's going to take. None of these appeals are done quickly, unfortunately. We have to go down this route as it's the only one available to us. We're working very closely with Port Hawkesbury Paper, working very closely with the federal government, which has been extremely supportive of Nova Scotia's position. Clearly, the United States Department of Commerce misunderstood how our Utility and Review Board works here in Nova Scotia when it comes to the setting of power rates. But as I said, this has been an expensive process to date. Not only for Port Hawkesbury Paper, taxpayers have been spending significant money on legal fees, and we will continue to defend Port Hawkesbury Paper's position and defend the position of the province of Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Zachary Janes is an 8-year-old student at École Bois-Joli with autism spectrum disorder. Last week, he was issued an indefinite suspension because the school says they need the support of a full-time aide and a plan from the IWK for Zachary to be in school. Today, the board upheld that suspension. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister of Education feel it's appropriate to suspend a student with autism because the school is under-resourced to meet the needs of that child?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I'm certainly not prepared to discuss any particulars of that, but I will say that one of the things that is a priority for all of us in our schools is the safety not only of children who may be autistic, but every child in that school and every staff member who works there. And school boards work very hard to make sure that they have the supports in place to ensure that safety. In particular, with the supports that we give to students who have identified need, we certainly provide the board with funding to, out of which they can hire teaching assistants, resource teachers, school psychologists, speech-language pathologists, and the board uses those dollars to make sure that they have the resources in place.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, we can't keep blaming the board for every issue that comes. Otherwise, I'm not sure why we have a Department of Education. Zachary has autism. He acts out when he gets anxious, and he more easily gets anxious without an aid. The school knows this, and Zachary's father, Greg Janes, is with us in the gallery today, and he's been told by the school that it's his responsibility to find an aid and to find the funding for an aid and to find a plan from the IWK. Since when did it become the parents' responsibilities to find support for their students in the school? And I will table the letter from the school, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, isn't it the responsibility of the school, the board, and the Department of Education to ensure that students have the resources they need to be in school when, in fact, children are required by law to be at class?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to clarify so that the member and others can clearly understand, I understand the circumstance. I understand that the family has been working with the school and the school board, but to get matters clear as to who does the funding, the department provides the funding to the boards make the decision how they use that funding to support every student in every class in every school.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April 29th, I asked the minister responsible for NSBI to explain the 6-month delay with the Eastlink Fund. The minister replied that NSBI has been working with CRTC to complete the necessary certification. Well, Mr. Speaker, it turns out that CRTC granted conditional approval last October 19th, and at that time, NSBI was asked to provide additional documents in order for full approval to be granted. I'll table that. So can the minister please explain why CRTC's request of October 19th was ignored until April 2016?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, NSBI continues to work with CRTC. I've indicated to my colleague, both in estimates and previous question period questions, that they anticipate that the appropriate procedures will be in place by the end of May, and at that time, able to take applications.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm getting pretty tired of hearing the same old rhetoric over and over again, when in fact the industry knows that this CRTC gave conditional approval, and this is creating serious problems for Nova Scotia's already stymied film and television industry. One example is Studio Black, a miniseries of African Nova Scotian stories. CBC ran the first season and ordered a second season, which is highly prestigious, Mr. Speaker. But the window of opportunity for this and other local production companies with defined shooting schedules is quickly closing. So my question, again, for the minister, after 6 months of dragging their feet inexplicably, can the minister please inform the House precisely when the Eastlink Fund will be ready to receive applications from Nova Scotia's television community?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting to hear my colleague comment about going around and round in circles. I think that's the conclusion that many would draw. I've answered the question. NSBI is working with CRTC. There was conditions attached to the conditional approval that my colleague references. They continue to work, Mr. Speaker, and they've indicated to me that the fund will be open to applications by the end of May. That's the answer.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. On May 1st, the Minister attended the Hike for Hospice in Kentville and said in an announcement there that the announcement for the new hospice was very close. The Minister also said the memorandum of agreement with the Valley Hospice Foundation will be signed soon, and I will table those quotes for the Minister. My question for the Minister is this. Would the Minister clarify what very close means for those people who have worked tirelessly to establish the hospice? For example, does very close mean this spring?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased that the Valley Hospice Society is working very closely with the Nova Scotia Health Authority, and I know that the memorandum, the draft, is going back and forth. And I think it's very important that the right deal for the hospice and the province is put in place. I think we have a signed deal with the Halifax Hospice, and it took some time to work out, but I think it's a great deal for the province and for Halifax Hospice.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the issues has been this MOU, which I understand there was an MOU signed a number of years ago with the District Health Authority, which was then dissolved. But at that time, we were under the understanding that MOU would be honoured. Will the minister now honour that MOU that was signed a number of years ago with the Health Authority?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to say that, in fact, it was the original memorandums of understanding with Valley Hospice and Halifax Hospice that are on the table and reaching a final conclusion, and that should happen very shortly.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Over the past number of sessions, we've asked the Minister of Health about government funding for Oncotype DX. It's a test for women diagnosed with breast cancer, and I've done it on 4 occasions, so qualify this one to be the 5th. I understand the government has finally decided to fund the test. So what remains to be unknown is why government has not chosen to announce the funding yet, so that all healthcare professionals and women diagnosed with breast cancer are aware of it so that they may access this important test. Can the Minister confirm that this test is being funded and given a timeline as to when he will make his official announcement?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for raising this important question and the importance of the test. And we all know that we can look at other jurisdictions as to how they are using the test, because in fact there are some very strict protocols around when this test should be used, when it will give the kind of information to make a decision about treatment, and I know that the Health Authority is doing that finalization now.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
All right, he hasn't told me, Mr. Speaker, when he's going to make the announcement, but he didn't say he wasn't, so that's a good sign for this one. We know the test can save money, save many women from needless chemotherapy, and help physicians decide on the most appropriate form of treatment. Such thing can prevent some women from undergoing procedures that add further stress and hardship to already stressful diagnosis. So we applaud the government for coming around and funding the test. We think, we hope. We could significantly improve women's experience with treatment, and secondly, save the healthcare system hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, Mr. Speaker, can the minister confirm that the test will be available in all areas of the province and give a detailed breakdown of when and where it will be available?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And one of the great advances that we have made in this province, in fact, is around dealing with breast cancer. About 2 decades ago, we had some of the worst outcomes in the country in terms of treatment. Today, we're usually around 2nd place in the country in terms of outcomes, and that's due to the provincial program that was in place. And a test like Oncotype DX, in fact, can probably even improve some of the outcomes that we hope and desire to put in place very shortly.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Question for the Minister of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, it was good of the Minister to come down to meet with the people of Deepdale last Friday. There was talk of a plan for that road. Mr. Speaker, bare bones maintenance budgets will not fix the problems on this road or the many others across the province. Does the plan to fix Deepdale include a budget? Does it include a time frame?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I do truly thank the residents of Deepdale. I had the opportunity to speak with all that came out to the conversation we had at the beginning of the road, and it was important to hear their concerns and understand what exactly they're dealing with with respect to the 6 kilometres that encompasses the Deepdale Road and the roads associated. Mr. Speaker, we don't have those specific numbers yet. Obviously, We made the commitment to the residents at that day that we would look at some of the short-term measures we could do specifically on their road, and Steve McDonald and Gerard Jessam are pulling that together. So obviously, when I have it, I'll share it with the member, and I made the commitment to let the residents of Deepdale know what we could do for this summer coming. Thanks.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do remain hopeful, but in terms of specific numbers, I had asked the Minister questions and budget estimates, and he revealed that the government does not have a plan to use capital budgets for gravel roads. We know that the RIM budget is the same this year as it was last year, but it remains 25% less than it was in 2008-09. And the minister said that being reactive was probably the best that the government could do in terms of roads like Deepdale. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, why is the government neglecting dirt roads and the many Nova Scotians across the province, especially in rural areas, that are living on those roads?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with respect to the capital allotment versus operational, what I had said was that that's never been accessed before. So it hasn't been our specific government. In fact, that's what the message was to the residents and to the member opposite in estimates, and many of the members from all sides of the House who had asked. Having access to the capital plan and being able to put capital roads through the capital plan gives us an increased opportunity to address those roads. And Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, the members talking about our government, everyone from Deepdale Road to every gravel road across the province say this is literally decades of neglect. This is not about the current government. This is about what's been done in the past, and we're going to change that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question this time is for the Premier. Last week, the Canadian Network of Women's Shelters and Transition Houses reported 416 women and children affected by intimate partner violence reached out for shelter on a single day. Of those, 305 had to be turned away due to lack of capacity, and in the same report, nearly 76% of shelters said they had relied on food donations to meet the needs of women or assist them when leaving the shelter. I'll table that. So is the Premier satisfied with his government's funding levels that leave transition houses in Nova Scotia without enough beds or food to meet the needs of women and children?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Even though the Minister of Community Services and Status of Women is not here today, I want to thank her for the tremendous work that she's been doing, not only as the Minister, but prior to coming to this House, working with our partners across this province. Mr. Speaker, I think quite frankly, the question is offensive to everyone who in the right mind would suggest that anyone would be okay with anyone being abused in any circumstance across our province or indeed across our country. Of course, we're going to continue to work with our partners to ensure that we provide those services to Nova Scotians, and we're going to continue to stand by women and children in this province and do the right thing to make sure that at least, Mr. Speaker, in their own homes they can feel safe, and ensure that in this province, Mr. Speaker, it will be a priority of this government, and we'll continue to make sure that women and children are safe in this province.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to point out it's just a question, and this is, after all, question period. So in spite of the Liberal election promise to ensure women's centres, shelters and transition houses had the financial ability to make long-range plans to help vulnerable women and children, these organizations are facing a perfect storm of increasingly complex needs of service users plus stagnant government funding. So my question for the Premier is this: how much time and effort does the Premier expect not-for-profit organizations to spend on fundraising versus providing services to these vulnerable clients?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our partners across this province who have been working with our government, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, they'll spend less time fundraising under this government than they did under that government after the cuts that took place to women and children in this province.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Finance. 3 years ago, the Auditor General recommended that the Department of Finance tell all provincial agencies, boards and commissions to evaluate their processes around approval of travel and other expenses. And 3 years later, the AG found this has not been completed. So I'd like to ask the Minister, why hasn't this important recommendation been completed?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, when the member opposite raised questions about the update to the AG report, What I highlighted to him at that time, and I'll reiterate again, Mr. Speaker, is that the report that was recently released by the AG that provided an update on the various recommendations and the status of those recommendations was based on information from back in October or November of 2015, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to report to the member opposite that there have been several advancements on a number of the items related to the Department of Finance and Treasury Board between the time that the Auditor General Office was using in October, November, and when they tabled the report more recently.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not clear if the minister is saying that this specific recommendation has been dealt with or not. So I'd like to give the minister an opportunity to clarify that when he stands back up, because the Auditor General said it's not reasonable that this specific recommendation has not been completed. And this is a recommendation that's purely about ensuring taxpayer money is being used prudently. So it's a straightforward recommendation, and the minister is quite right that the report that the AG was looking at was up to November 2015. If the minister believes that specific recommendation has been implemented over the last few months, that's great news, and I just ask him to confirm that and table for this House when it has been completed. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have to admit I agree with the member opposite with respect to the role of the AG's office and indeed the role of the government with respect to ensuring the integrity and the fiscal management of the province, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to remind the member opposite that the success of this government and how we manage the provincial finances, Mr. Speaker, is demonstrated over the past number of years that we've been in office, Mr. Speaker. The way that we've been managing our finances, Mr. Speaker, have brought us back to a balanced budget that we were able to table earlier in the month. So, Mr. Speaker, I think our performance speaks for itself. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais poser une question au ministre des Affaires acadiennes. Comme tout le monde le sait, depuis quelques années, le mandat des Affaires acadiennes, le Bureau des Affaires acadiennes a vraiment changé. Ça, c'est une décision du dernier gouvernement. Et on sait maintenant que le ministre des Affaires acadiennes est en marge de faire une consultation sur le fonctionnement du bureau. Donc, j'aimerais peut-être demander au ministre qu'est-ce qu'il voit comme des changements qu'on pourrait avoir au Bureau des Affaires acadiennes.
The Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et merci à mon collègue de Argyle pour la question. C'est sans question que l'ancien gouvernement NPD avait fait des changes au Bureau des Affaires acadiennes, l'avoir remis sous un autre département. Après cela que j'ai entendu de la communauté acadienne, il y avait des inquiétudes aussi de la Fédération acadienne Nouvelle-Écosse. Alors j'ai appointé un comité de 8 personnes qui est représentants et représentantes des communautés acadiennes à travers la province pour leur demander et pour eux à demander à leur communauté comment mieux avoir le Bureau des Affaires acadiennes pour servir la communauté. J'ai reçu le rapport. Je peux aussi indiquer que les membres représentants de la Fédération acadienne Nouvelle-Écosse ont rencontré avec moi-même et le Premier ministre pour présenter leur demande aussi sur la loi sur les services en langue française et sur la structure du bureau. On est en train de faire la revue de ces demandes et du rapport, et une fois qu'on aura les décisions faites, je serai content de partager avec mon collègue et avec tout le monde de la Nouvelle-Écosse.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Je remercie le ministre de cette réponse-là. Mais dans le budget même, on a vu une diminution du budget même du Bureau des Affaires acadiennes et même aux autres bureaux des Noirs et puis du Bureau celtique. Donc, j'aimerais demander peut-être au ministre, même qu'il va partager à quelque temps, c'est dans quelques mois, quelques semaines, quand est-ce qu'on va voir un rapport final pour le Bureau des Affaires acadiennes?
The Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs.
Merci. Et le fait que la revue a pris place très proche du budget, c'est à cause de ça qu'il n'y avait pas le temps de mettre en place les recommandations qui avaient été faites. Mais je peux indiquer à mon collègue, j'ai déjà eu l'occasion de rencontrer avec la nouvelle ministre de Patrimoine Canada, l'honorable Mélanie Joly, une fois qu'elle était ici en Nouvelle-Écosse, pour lui parler des montants de fonds qui viennent ici en Nouvelle-Écosse, des défis qui prennent place dans nos communautés acadiennes avec l'anglicisation, le fait que nos communautés sont très rurales et éloignées lien un à l'autre. Et alors, j'espère que nous aurons certainement des meilleures réponses du gouvernement fédéral que nous avions reçues dans le passé. Mais je peux assurer le membre que c'est une question qui est très proche à mon cœur, la structure des affaires acadiennes, le fonctionnement de la loi sur les services en français, et aussi vite que possible que nous aurons les réponses finales. Nous allons les partager avec les membres et avec tous les gens de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Très bien. The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of TIR. The City of Portland stands to gain from the operation of the Yarmouth Ferry service. The city will make nearly $100,000 a year on the terminal fees alone, plus passengers and vehicle tariff, fuel licenses, parking, and the list goes on and on, Mr. Speaker. Yet, Mr. Speaker, somehow it is Nova Scotians who are already taking on all the financial risks associated with the ferry service, with the responsible not only or including the upgrading of the Portland terminal. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Minister, how can this be so?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. During estimates, a number of questions were back and forth from the member to myself, and during that time, he had said that he did support the ferry service, and we talked about the former Premier Darrell Dexter talking about how that was a significant mistake made at the cabinet table, of which that member was a part of. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have to talk about the merits and the impact of his community, that region, the entire province, when the service was removed by his former government, Mr. Speaker. Again, as we've said many times, we've got the right operator in place, Mr. Speaker. This is the deal that will see stability on that important transportation link. We'll see lots of Americans bring their tourism dollars here and spend it right here in the province, and we'll benefit from that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, but apparently, again, yoga class must have been cancelled last night because I have the angry minister. Mr. Speaker, even though Nova Scotia is taking on all the risks, this government has decided to leave it to Bay Ferries to work out the agreement with the City of Portland, therefore negotiating on our behalf. It is a company that knows the province will make up any cash deficiencies that exist. Mr. Speaker, I ask the minister, why has he not been part of the negotiations with the City of Portland when tens, I repeat, tens of millions of taxpayers' dollars are going on the line?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll correct the member opposite. I actually was at yoga last night. Thank you very much. That's why I am calm, Mr. Speaker. Look, the reality is that, look, I won't ask for my money back, honourable member. Look, the reality is that Mark MacDonald is a pro. He's got a relationship experience, a vested interest with the City of Portland. Despite what the opposition will try to put out there in terms of their narrative that they want to set up, the City of Portland is a full supporter, a partner here with us. This is an important service for the people of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. They support this service because they want it to work. Mark MacDonald's in this for the right reasons, and Mr. Speaker, despite what the opposition is saying and what they're trying to spin out there, this will be a success and a good benefit for the people of Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, a question for the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we've heard the Minister of Justice say that she values and the government values the Law Reform Commission. But yet in the budget we see their funding has been completely eliminated. It was also stated, Mr. Speaker, by the Minister that the Law Reform Commission was given a year's notice. We have learned that's not the case. And I'm seeing members saying, yes, it was. Talk to the Law Reform Commission, Mr. Speaker, and they will tell you that is not the case. So my question, does the Minister feel it is fair to make these comments about an organization which has a real history of providing valuable service to our province?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this subject again, and I know it's an important issue. Certainly over the years, I acknowledge there's been wonderful work done from the Law Reform Commission, and the change in our budget does not reflect the fact that we value the information we've received from them. We now have in the Department of Justice, Mr. Speaker, approximately 90 lawyers. That's 3 times what it was 20 years ago. There's a lot of research that happens within the Department of Justice now as well, so we hope to be able to continue a lot of the research work that's been going on. To your question, Mr. Speaker, just to answer the question about the year, it was certainly a decision made a year ago. Perhaps they were spoken to in June, might it have been June, so perhaps we're talking about a matter of a few months difference, so we might be able to discuss that. I believe, my understanding was they had a year, but if it wasn't a full year from the time they were notified, it was close to it.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take shots at the lawyers working at Justice, but I know we had another issue similar to this one, where I know it was also said, I think, that by the department that there's only a couple of provinces with these law reform commissions, and we know that that's not the case. So, I think about the value in terms of dollars. Like, the government sees this organization as a cost to the province. We look at all their impact on the legal status of the child, grandparent-grandchild access, maintenance enforcement obligations, reports over the years that have actually become part of our laws in the province. And I think, there's lawyers contributing their time to this organization free of charge. Mr. Speaker, did the minister do a cost-benefit analysis on the value that her department and our province is getting for the Law Reform Commission before eliminating the funding?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. And again, Mr. Speaker, it is important to talk about this. I want to reiterate that the Department of Justice is providing space and support, so all of the administrative space and support that they need is in place in our department. So that's an in-kind contribution of thousands of dollars. And we have encouraged them to seek funding from other sources. I know that there are other means, other foundations that some are providing a little bit of money, and we provided time for them to make those requests. So, Mr. Speaker, it is our hope that they will find other funders, that with our in-kind contribution they will continue to operate.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment. I know that the Premier made a promise to Nova Scotia to make Nova Scotia the most open and transparent province in Canada, yet when it comes to environmental policy, many Nova Scotians feel that meaningful citizen engagement is compromised by a lack of access to information. So I'd ask the Minister, what's her department doing to ensure that the government keeps its promise to be the most open and transparent government in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Environment. Order, please. Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that you now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into a committee on supply.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise and have a few moments of discussion on the estimates and the debates that are taking place in the House of Assembly these days. Members of this government have talked time and time again about how great this budget is for Nova Scotians. What a great job they've done at balancing the budget and how they're making life better for all Nova Scotians. Well, Mr. Speaker, my question today for you and for all the members of the House is, what does this budget do for Cape Breton? How does it make a difference in the life of the people who live in Cape Breton? So, Mr. Speaker, times are rough in Nova Scotia, in rural Nova Scotia. And we know that in Cape Breton Island, my colleagues and I, from whatever side of the road they are, they realize that there are challenges for the people that they represent. And, Mr. Speaker, today I want to highlight some of those issues that we hear about in our office on such a regular occasion. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about health first. You know, we've had an opportunity, I've asked questions in this House on a number of times about the doctor shortage and where are we going to get some help. We hear from people in all sides of the House where there's 1,000 people a month turning 65. people who need doctors. We have 10 family doctors openings in Cape Breton right now. Now the minister will say, well, you know, we have 7 coming, but that's not till July. And right now, Mr. Speaker, those people don't have a doctor. And I don't know if you know or not, and I don't know if the other members of the know, but when you have to go for certain tests, the doctor, you have to give a family doctor name because they need to send those tests somewhere. And Mr. Speaker, if you don't have a family doctor, they don't want to give you the test because they have nowhere to send the results. So for our Minister of Health to tell me that we have a ratio, the 3rd highest ratio of doctors to patients in the country, and yet we have our phones ringing off the hook saying we don't have a doctor. We have an orphan clinic that opened up, and inside of 2 months, Mr. Speaker, inside of 2 months, it actually could not take any more clients. 1,000 people, and just as many on a waiting list. People going for service and having to sit on the floor because there wasn't enough chairs. Mr. Speaker, that's not good for Cape Bretoners, and that's not what I think they expected from this budget. Mr. Speaker, the minister told us here in the House yesterday in debates that when you have doctors that are trained outside the province, there are only 11 residencies open to them. 11 out of all of those doctors. So who makes that rule, Mr. Speaker? Is that the Department of Health? Is it the Health Authority? Is it Dalhousie Doctor School? Who makes that decision? And if we have people that want to come and practice medicine in their home and in Cape Breton Island, why is it that we have such major waits for doctors? And why is it we have so many people wondering where they're going to get care? Mr. Speaker, you know, the minister is very fond about quoting numbers. I asked him a week ago, what is the percentage of doctors per capita in Cape Breton Island? Now he's quick to recite the numbers, Mr. Speaker, but yet he has not supplied that number to us. He told us he had it at his hands, it was right there, but we still didn't get it. And then, Mr. Speaker, we talk about wait times. And some get a drink. Mr. Speaker, I'm a little hoarse today because I can't get a doctor either. That's part of the challenge we have, that people can't get a doctor when they need it. But the minister talked about wait times. He told us that, you know, we don't have as many people waiting for home care. What he neglected to tell us was people that have home care now are being pared back. The number of hours that they're receiving is less, so they can take on more clients. Mr. Speaker, that's not good for Cape Breton, and it's not good for Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how often are we going to say that the wait times are less? This government, that minister, changed around how you qualify. You have to reapply. If you say no once, you have to come off the list. So of course the wait times are later. And we heard yesterday that in Richmond County, wait times are almost 3 years for someone to get into a senior's home. Mr. Speaker, that's not good for Cape Breton, and it's not good for Nova Scotians. But let's move on. Let's talk a little bit about tourism, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about tourism and the very fact, Mr. Speaker, that this government did away with that department. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, if I were the people that were in the Department of Energy right now with the minister they have, I would be worried. Because when he was Minister of Economic Development, it disappeared. When he was Minister of And when he was the Minister of Tourism, that department disappeared, and now he's the Minister of Energy. And they've gone a little farther with the plot, Mr. Minister. They've gone a little farther because now they share the Deputy Minister with the Department of Business and with the Department of Energy. Two of the most important departments in our government. And what are they doing? They're sharing a Deputy Minister because they don't have enough faith in other members of the civil service to take on that role. Mr. Speaker, if these departments are so important, why don't they have their own Deputy Minister? The one that's there is capable, but even he can't handle the both of them, especially with such high maintenance ministers as they have in that department. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, we have a tendency here to joke and carry on and talk about issues, but these issues are very important, and they do have an immediate impact on the economy of Cape Breton Island and on what is happening when it comes to jobs. You know, the Minister of Business, I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's mixed up some days, but I don't think he's a bad person. But you know, when he puts out some of the ideas that he has, people in the tourism industry in Cape Breton Island really wonder what is the direction that we're going in. You know, he talked for months. He talked about months about doing away with VIC centers. He created a lot of anxiety, which put pressures on the health system that doesn't have any doctors because he couldn't make up his mind. And it was the pressure of the people that changed that. You know, Mr. Speaker, they've cut the funding for the regional tourism associations. They've cut that back. And again, Mr. Speaker, that makes it harder to promote the goals of the Ivany Report, which was to increase tourism. They formed an arm's-length organization, Mr. Speaker, and the chair lives in Ontario. Imagine. Then we spent money on a marketing program, and we gave that to a company in Ontario. And have you watched the commercials that they produced? Have you watched the commercials they have produced? Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that that will entice people to get on the ferry to come from Portland to Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, you know, it's interesting. He's over there saying it's up 20% and the boat hasn't even sailed yet. You know, it's interesting how much some of the members on that side of the House have to say. And I can understand that, Mr. Speaker, because when it's there, they're not allowed to speak. Nobody has pulled on his chain to allow him to speak. So now when it's my turn, he decides he wants to speak. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would be glad to give up my time to let him speak, but then again, he wouldn't be allowed to, so we weren't going to do it. I will. I don't have to be to yoga until quarter after. Mr. Speaker, some of the things that we need for tourism in Cape Breton Island, some of the things that my colleagues and I know are important to advancing tourism. I'm very fortunate in my constituency of Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg. I have the Fortress of Lewisburg. I have the Two Rivers Wildlife Park. I have the famous Myra River. People come from around the world to see those things. We have an enormous cruise industry in the city of Sydney, a service that helps all of tourism in Cape Breton Island. That service, Mr. Speaker, requires a second berth. And there's been overtures made time and time again to the province of Nova Scotia, to this government, to help with that berth. And at this point, that still hasn't been solidified. We're hoping, all of us are hoping, that this government will make that a priority for the community of Cape Breton Island. Mr. Speaker, you know, we could go on about a number of different things. about what this budget has done for Cape Breton. And really, I went through it as good as I could, and I really have trouble identifying what it has done. You know, let's talk about the CBRM. You know, Mr. Speaker, today there was another bill about the Halifax Charter brought in. I think that's the third or the fourth one in this session. Yet the CBRM has been looking to have a charter developed for the needs of our community, and yet that has not come to fruition. Mr. Speaker, we need the support for programs like Boots on the Street. The government in their budget has decreased that. But when you talk to the local law enforcement officers, they will tell you what a vital role that Boots on the Street plays for the police services in the CBRM. And now, that funding, Mr. Speaker, is so important for Cape Breton. But we have the Department of Labour, who had some retirements. They had retirements. And you know the solution was? Well, call Halifax. It's better. You just call Halifax. That's what you need to do. Mr. Speaker, that's not good for Cape Breton. We need people on the ground. When it comes to the Nova Scotia Business Inc., again, we need to have more people on the ground in Cape Breton to make up. They need to be there. They need to understand the community. They need to be part of the community in order to help invest in the community. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to what has taken place with this huge health authority, you can't find a decision on Cape Breton Island. When you go and you ask a question, it takes days to get an answer, and that's not good for Cape Breton. So although this government has spoke time and time again about this budget not hurting anybody, about how there's no increases, about how they now have a position where there is money on the plus side, the reality is that there is no services there for people who live on Cape Breton. There is no money there to make sure that simple services like that in the Department of Transportation for cutting alders, ditching, and graveling dirt roads. There's no increase in that, Mr. Speaker. Why, there's no money to help pave the New Boston Road or the Grand Myra South Road, Mr. Speaker. So for the government to be going around patting themselves on the back about what a great job they've done, I would suggest to them they should talk to my colleague from Northside Westmount, because he is a physiotherapist and he will be able to help their shoulders from all that back patting that they're doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise to my feet and make some comments about the budget that has been introduced. And one of the things I have to say is that this whole idea of the government coming in and saying that they have a balanced budget, and in fact they have a surplus, it's based on this one-time figure of $110.3 million that is really just because of federal and municipal contributions for the convention center. So I really don't see how they can say that the budget is balanced when in fact it's not really balanced at this point in time, other than a $17.1 million bump, which, as we know, that can change in the drop of a hat. In fact, the very next day after the budget is passed, it can go back down to something else and be in the negative, Mr. Speaker. So I think that it's interesting that the government has chosen to present this budget at this particular time. It does lead one to believe that perhaps an election is around the corner so that they can say, the government of the day can say, oh yes, we've balanced the budget and we have a surplus. And we know how this government likes to spin the numbers since they have spun the numbers in so many different sectors already, including the pharmacare for seniors, where they tried to make changes to pharmacare, told the seniors how wonderful it was going to be for all of them, and in fact, it turned out to be a $10 million money grab, Mr. Speaker. And once the seniors found out about it, well, guess what? They complained, including the Premier's own aunt, and eventually they realized, well, that wouldn't be very good if an election was to happen, because that would be a lot of upset seniors who would be voting against them, Mr. Speaker. The numbers have also been spun in the film industry. The numbers that they keep coming up with are spun. The way that they describe the tax credit is spun. And it's interesting to note that this government has hired so many different people now that have worked as reporters and journalists. Is that because they want to be able to spin the numbers and spin the stories more and get more journalists working on it to try and sell their story? I'd say that that's probably part of that decision. So I have to say that as the status of women critic and also education critic, there are many different other parts of this budget that I feel need to be talked about. So it was the 1970 report of the Royal Commission on the Status of Women, Mr. Speaker, that first called for a National Daycare Act. But here we are in 2016, and we've still not met the goal of high-quality, affordable system of early childhood education and care. Our government, the NDP, did start to go down the path, and we even changed the name of the department to show what our intentions were with changing it from the Department of Education to the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development. So I'm glad to see that this government is continuing down that path. But there's just so much more that can be done, Mr. Speaker. And in my talks to people working in that particular sector, they say that $6.6 million, while of course any kind of money is welcome, it doesn't really affect the whole overall system, which is what part of the problem is, that the system actually needs to be changed, and that having grants don't exactly help the situation. And in fact, when I questioned the minister during the budget estimates, she wasn't really sure where that $6.6 million was going to go, and how exactly it was going to be used, and how much of it was going to go to the salaries of the workers versus extra spaces. So I wanted to know how that number, that figure was come up with, the $6.6 million, but she really didn't answer that question, and so I'm still asking the question. The evidence of the benefits of investing in early childhood education are clear, and my own father actually taught this issue at the Teachers College in Truro 40 years ago. He was part of that program, the Early Childhood Education Program, and trained many teachers around the province who have gone into the field, and he always felt that they were underpaid, and he brought this to many people's attention, and it is nice to see that finally these teachers are going to be getting some more money, but again, they say that grants are not the way to do it. So I believe the Minister of Education and I are also in agreement that these early years are critical for positive growth, development, and the long-term well-being of children, and investing in a coordinated system of early childhood education also has a long list of well-documented social and economic benefits. It enables women to have greater participation in the labor market. It boosts the GDP and tax revenue. It reduces poverty and income inequality and addresses population decline. In Nova Scotia, we need skilled workers, and we also need to grow the population. A properly designed early childhood education system can meet the diverse needs of children and support parents, especially women, as they work, study, and participate in community life. Developing a system of early childhood education is also good for economic development. Having access to affordable, accessible childcare increases employment and spending, and it can enable families to move out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. Childcare also creates jobs within the sector, and the development of a system of early childhood education in Nova Scotia would provide more short-term economic stimulus than investing in other major sectors of the economy. Those economic returns can be even higher, Mr. Speaker, in rural communities. Currently in Nova Scotia, there are just under 18,000 regulated childcare spaces, enough for only 11% of children aged 0 to 2 and 39% of children aged 2 to 4. Many parents begin adding their names to childcare centre waiting lists before their child is even born. And once they're able to secure a space, families then have to consider the enormous cost. Parents in this province, Mr. Speaker, can pay between $10,000 and $12,000 per year for childcare. And that's actually more, in many cases, than a university tuition. Many women are put in the impossible position of having to decide if they can in fact afford to return to work. And for the families of the less than 5,000 children who do receive a subsidy from the province, cost is still an issue. Maximum subsidies are far below what is currently being charged to parents. A full subsidy can leave parents with a bill of up to $14 a day, and that means that those employed at childcare centres in Nova Scotia are unlikely to be able to afford the cost of childcare themselves for their own children. This female-dominated childcare workforce is one of the most underpaid sectors in the country, and early childhood educators in Nova Scotia earn only 42% of the national average. So there are many benefits to investing in early childhood education. It's good for children, it's good for families, it's good for the economy. But again, I wanted to know from the minister, with this additional $6.6 million for 3 areas: subsidizing childcare spaces, increasing wage grants for early childhood educators, and supporting childcare centres by providing inclusive programming. I wanted to know how this funding was allocated for these 3 areas. And as I said, I came away still scratching my head because the minister was unable to actually answer that question. So, Mr. Speaker, that's when it comes to childcare. And one other point I'd like to make is that many schools are still closing. There are families in Cape Breton that are facing the closure of 17 schools. And the responsibility for many of these aging buildings has been downloaded onto the municipalities. So, meanwhile, 2 of the schools built using the P3 model, which have been well maintained using public funds, will actually have the keys handed over to private developers. So this leaves municipalities with bills for unwanted buildings while private developers are walking away with a tidy profit. So this is just not a very good situation for the taxpayers of Nova Scotia, and I'm sure many people would like to see some of those smaller schools helped to stay open, like the School of River John, for instance, River John Consolidated, who put up a tremendous fight, Mr. Speaker. I was there. I helped them as much as I could. They did everything from organizing a picnic around their school where they had picnics and brought in kids and the families and stood up and did a great big group hug, holding hands and giving the school a hug. They put backpacks on the bridge in River John, 70 backpacks to show how many children would be at risk here of having to go off to other schools, and that would really hurt this community that is already lost. They've lost so many things. They lost their grocery store, the co-op. They've lost their bank. They have a liquor store still there. They've lost the post office too now. Oh dear, they've lost the post office too. It was there last summer, but I guess that's gone now. So this is a community full of people who are imaginative, creative, and they wanted to keep that school and have it as a hub school. And they've worked for the past 2 years at trying to come up with ideas for this government to accept, and for the minister to accept, and for the school board to accept. And they were given higher and higher hoops to jump through until finally the last straw was they were told that they were expected to pay $500,000 to fix the roof of the school. And this is a small little community full of artists, full of grandmothers and grandparents who would like to see their children stay there, who'd like to try and make that community stay alive and vibrant. And Mr. Speaker, when you take out the school, that's taking away the heart of that community. And so this is going to be a problem for Nova Scotia, and I would have liked to see more help there for some of these smaller schools to be able to remain open and perhaps give them more advice and give them help to becoming hub schools. Mr. Speaker, the other thing I'd like to talk about, of course, is the film industry, Nova Scotia Business Inc., and the fact that, as I raised in the estimates, the fact that this government and NSBI is giving millions of dollars to very well-off banks that are doing extremely well, like the Royal Bank, $22 million to the Royal Bank, for instance, and $22 million to the Royal Bank, to the TD Bank, and here's another one, to Butterfield's Bank in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, I just don't understand why they would spend money giving money to really banks that do so well, and yet for their own film industry here, which we've already proved made $180 million to the GDP of Nova Scotia last year and created 3,200 jobs, 1,600 of them full-time jobs. Mr. Speaker, I just don't understand why this government doesn't see the arts and culture and the creative industries as a business. Other cities do. Other cities are raking in the millions and billions of dollars right now as we speak, while this province is watching them pass us by, Mr. Speaker. Out in British Columbia, for instance, they have so much work right now they don't even know what to do with it. They can't even get enough crews to do the work that they're already being summoned to do, Mr. Speaker. The same goes in Ontario. And here's the funny thing. Sudbury has become Hollywood North all of a sudden. We would have got some of that business, Mr. Speaker. We would have got some of that business if we had our film tax credit in place. But because this government, with such short-sightedness, decided to cut that film credit, take away our film and creative industries, Nova Scotia, our agency that was devoted to finding work, bringing work to Nova Scotia, helping our filmmakers create work and sustain work here, in their short-sightedness, they have looked a gift horse in the mouth and said, no, thank you, we don't need you. And guess what? We're losing out because of that. And that extra $1.10 million that we're talking about, or $1.17 million, that would have been an actual surplus if this government had not have gotten rid of the film and television tax credit. I can assure you of that. Here's another thing, Mr. Speaker. The fact that the television fund has been neglected, this Eastlink fund has been neglected for 6 months. They had a letter to Laurel Broughton, the CEO and president of NSBI, on October the 19th, giving them conditional approval, and yet nothing was done. And Mr. Speaker, the things that she asked to have done would take no time at all. Why is this government sitting on their hands and letting opportunities like this pass them by? I'd like to say it's because they have blinders on, Mr. Speaker. They are not a modern government. They are not looking to the future. They are not seeing that the creative economy is a very necessary part of this province. With all of the artists and talented people that we have here, they're giving money to banks, and meanwhile they're ignoring the filmmakers of this province.
Order, please. The time allotted for the member's statement is completed. Order, please. I'd like now to recognize the member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Are you finished? Are you finished? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this budget is about opportunities for growth. This year's budget will target investments to boost export growth in Nova Scotia, such as wine, culture, tourism, or just to name a few. I guess, Mr. Speaker, that's what government's role is. And I stand here today to talk about how this government's getting out of the way of business and letting business thrive within Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, What the big thing that this government has done over the years is to create a foundation of success for businesses. Our exports are up. Our fisheries exports are up, thanks to the Minister of Fisheries, who's worked tirelessly in the Chinese market to increase our lobster demand. That's just to name a few. Another prime example of what the Minister of Agriculture also has done is invested $2.8 million for the aquaculture growth strategy for research and development. This is a very interesting initiative because I had the great opportunity to meet a gentleman the day that he got off the plane from Norway, and I met him at a house party in my riding. And we started chatting, and I asked him, what brings you to Nova Scotia? And he just looked at me and didn't know I was in government, and he goes, this thing called the Dolehi Report. He said, your report created a foundation for aquaculture to succeed in Nova Scotia. And one of the great things about that is his company decided to open up an office here in Halifax to create this. And this technology that he was using was monitoring fish farms, using cameras and high-definition sensors on the nets to ensure that there was no break, and creating a safer place for fish to grow in communities. So to me, that shows that government is creating a foundation for businesses to succeed. Another prime example of that would be Cove. Cove is a great example of creating a foundation for businesses to succeed. And here's another initiative that we're creating a hub where businesses can come in and work together to really focus on our ocean sciences and our ocean technology, work directly with Dalhousie University and what they can offer in the community of sciences. You know, and that's a huge initiative for Nova Scotia because it's recognizing that our coastal waters, that we can play in this $3 trillion industry, that we can play and succeed in that. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to bring to the point that we're investing $3.5 million for wineries and vineyards, for research, marketing, development, and support for vineyards in Nova Scotia. This is another prime example of government creating a foundation of success for businesses and not picking winners or losers. And you know, and it's interesting too on that, I met the gentleman from the head winemaker from Yost Vineyards when we were first early elected. And I asked him, he came from Tuscany, and then from Tuscany he went to Napa, and Napa to Nova Scotia and into Yost Wineries. And I asked him, why are you picking Nova Scotia? You just came from Napa, beautiful weather, beautiful wines. And he looked at me just straight and goes, it's your water. Your water will create the best wines that will give Tuscany and California a run for their money. And I believe the wines in Nova Scotia will surpass them in quality, taste, and flavor. And that is showing exactly, once again, what Nova Scotia can offer in an industry that we had helping grow as a cooperative approach instead of picking winners and losers. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's tough to make hard choices in government, and I can respect that. But it's also, we all have to work together to move this province forward. We all have to, you know, tighten our belt buckles, and work in creating a form of success. And we can all do that. We do that in our households, and we can do that here as a government and as individuals around this house. You know, and another prime example of this is working with municipalities with the investment of $6 million to bring high-speed internet to more homes and businesses in Nova Scotia. And this is, once again, helping municipalities create that foundation of success. Now, I just want to kind of change direction a bit, but before I do that, I do want to recognize that Canadian CFIB stated for the last 2 years that Nova Scotia has the best business confidence in Canada. And again, that's government creating a foundation of success. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I also want to bring to the attention of a bill that was first introduced by the Minister of Health April 20th, 2012, which was the food bank tax for farmers. And then again, it was introduced March 28th in 2013 by the Minister of Health. And then last year, it was, I think it's Hants North. Anyways, what's Yeah, the other guys. The Conservatives introduced it in 2015, looking for the food bank tax credit for farmers. And so we are now eventually finally putting that forward in this budget, which creates a 25% non-refundable tax credit of fair market value of donated agriculture products. Good job, Minister of Health. That Minister of Health, we're proud of him to introduce that back in 2012 and going forward. So with that leadership of the Department of Health, we are good. We are good. Right, and you know, it's funny because the NDP wouldn't even look at that during their time of government. So it takes two progressive parties to bring this forward. So these donations must be accepted by eligible food banks and distributed food in Nova Scotia without charge for the relief of the poverty. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's kind of interesting also. I'm going to talk a little bit about education. Myself and the Minister of Finance are in a very unique position because we both have kids in elementary school, but we have one child under the new curriculum and one child in the old curriculum, so one in grade 5 and 6 and one in P to 3. So what I'm seeing is the learning difference between those two curriculums is incredible, and I have to say that's the hard work of the Minister of Education, who works so hard to create a curriculum for our children for success, not like the past government that cut $65 million. And I find it incredibly rich that they stand here and preach about the education system. And you know what? They don't understand what a curriculum can change to make success for our children, as ours does today in this House. This government understands the importance of a curriculum for children, understands the importance of coding. Coding is the future of children in Canada. Our kids are the first kids in Canada that have coding as part of the curriculum in Nova Scotia. And I have to say, I am proud of that. I am proud of this government to do that kind of work. And you know what? And it's creating that foundation. So now I look at my child who comes home and we work on coding together, and she is over my
Order, please. Order, please. Order. Order. The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto has the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand it's difficult for the NDP to understand this great success within the curriculum of Nova Scotia. You know what? And I also find very rich in this discussion when you have the member from from Truro, Bible Hill, and Millbrook and Salmon River talking about early education. And you know what? That government cut $6 million out of the early education fund. Whoa! Wow. And you know what? We're investing $6.6 million back into that. You know, and we go on and on about what this government is doing within education. You know what they also asked, Mr. Speaker? They also asked the school boards to cut 22% of their operating expenses. You know what? And you know what the school board said? No, they can't. We can't afford to do that because it's going to affect the kids. And you know what this government said? No, we're not doing that. We're investing that $65 million back into education. So, you know, it's tough standing here and listening to their preaching the choir about education, but you know what? We're doing the right things. We are taking the time to understand what our children need for the future in Canada, in Nova Scotia, and around the world. And you know what the other thing is? Our kids are going to be leaders in the coding industry of Canada. They will take these kids forward. These kids forward will show the world what we can do on coding. And you know what's interesting? In 2025, there will be over 1 million people shortage in cybersecurity in the world and global. So IT security coding is a huge part of the future. You know what? It's very interesting that the member over there is just struggling with the truth, and I know it's so difficult for him to accept that kind of truth, that this government actually gives cares about the children of this province, not like they over there that cut $65 million and $6 million from early education. Wow, it's rich. It
Order.
is rich.
Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. Thank you. The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto has the floor.
Man, if I behaved like that in a classroom, I'm sure I'd be sent to the principal's office. Maybe he can learn something about that, or maybe he didn't spend enough time in the principal's office. Anyways, so moving forward, as what this province is about is moving forward, and what this government is about is moving forward. And you know, and I guess that's what I'm proud to be part of this team that's moving this province forward. And with those hard decisions, we are moving forward. And I cannot express the gratitude that it is to serve on this side of the floor, and the team that we've built around here to help the guidance this team. But I do want to acknowledge one individual who is leaving us in the Department of Finance, the Deputy Minister of Finance, George McClellan. George led this team through and kept this team on a straight and narrow to ensure that we could create a budget that was successful for Nova Scotia. And I want to make sure that George understands our gratitude. I want to express our gratitude on this side of the floor.
Order, please. I think we should do our best to let the honourable member from Halifax-Chebucto to finish his. The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
I know the truth hurts, but I'd like to again go back to George. And George, so with his mandate to create this province in a financially stable situation and creating a balanced budget and working hard towards that, my hat goes off to George, and this team says thank you for everything that you have done for Nova Scotians. So with that, I got 2 minutes left. So with that, I guess I have to say that being around this room and hearing the frustrations from people on a day-to-day basis, they understand that the predicament that this government is in, and they understand what we're doing to make this, to change the attitudes and change the direction of this province. And you know, I met with an organization today that was asking for funding, and they were saying, you know, we understand the government's predicament. We understand what has been done in the past by previous governments and previous leaderships. We understand that the direction that you're going, and yes, we understand that no is probably easier than yes, but we want to work with you because we're Nova Scotians and we can think outside of the box to find those solutions. Not like the other side who can just pick winners and losers and cut a paycheck. These people want to work with us. They want to work, business community wants to work with government for success. Business communities wants to see success within Nova Scotia. And you know what? It's funny because I hear it every day. Only the negative people hear the negative. And it's all about positive. It's about positively thinking about this province and moving this forward. And it's about the yoga. Well, you know what? There is a lot about yoga that can help, and maybe you might learn something with that yoga. So, you know, I guess I want to say...
Order, please. Order, please. The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Sorry, I guess, you know, when you're 13 years in here in this room, you don't understand how the world works. And maybe that's his blinders are on and not our blinders, because we come from the private sector to run this government, to help with this government. And when you're stuck in government for 13 years as an elected official, you cannot understand how government works and how business works. And if you could understand that, then you might be able to succeed.
Order, please. Order. Time has expired. Order, please. Time has expired. The motion is carried. We will now have a short recess while the committee sets up. Order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, please call the resumption of consideration of the estimates of the Minister of Health and Wellness and Seniors, Resolutions E11 and E38.
I call Resolutions E11 and E38. We will return now to questions from the New Democratic Party caucus with 35 minutes remaining. I would like to recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Minister and his staff for coming back as we go through the health budgets. And I know in question period, I've asked the Minister on a number of occasions questions around long-term care. I know more recently around some of the wait times that are out there with long-term care. And hopefully just a reminder to the Minister on a previous question around information we're looking for to be tabled, a breakdown of the cuts to the long-term care facilities itself. I know we've received that in the past from the department, so I'm not asking for it today, but a reminder to make sure we get that. I tabled in question period yesterday, I believe, wait times for long-term care, and I only have one copy now, but I'll table it afterwards again for the minister's for his information, and we get the data source is the Department of Health and Continuing Care branch, and the information that we asked, it was data. The data period was actually April 1st. 2015 to March 31st, 2016. So it will be the most up-to-date, I believe, that the department provided us. And the next update they had indicated is May of 2016. So I'm wondering if the minister or if the deputy minister could indicate to the minister that May update. When would that be? When would that be ready to be distributed? And I wonder if he could maybe give us a bit of a timeline on that time.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what I will provide the member opposite to is that we can get the latest information, and that would probably capture to the end of April.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Okay, thank you for that. So I do want to continue on a little bit with long-term care, and I know it's been the priority of the government to look at home care and home care services. There has been, and I'll acknowledge some investment over the last couple of years in order to improve home care services. And I think it's something that's needed. Definitely, I would agree with the minister's comments in the past that more seniors, more Nova Scotians would want to stay at home as long as possible before going into a long-term care facility. But when I asked the minister during question periods in the past, when I talk about long-term care and the wait for long-term care placements, the minister often goes back to the number of people on the wait list. That's one issue. It's the length of time that people are waiting to gain access to long-term care. And Cumberland County, for example, is probably one of the areas of the province that the wait is less. On average, about 73 days, Mr. Chairman. But as I indicated yesterday, I mean, the worst place in the province is actually Richmond Villa, which is 1,088 days. So, and it's everything in between. Antigonish, the county Antigonish, roughly the average is about 418 days. Hants County is 533 days. Cape Breton as a whole, the average is 608 days. Halifax is about 290 days, and Lunenburg is about 237 days. So what is the minister doing and what is the department doing specifically to address that wait time? It doesn't matter if there's 10 people on the wait list or if there's 5,000. If someone has to wait almost 3 years if they're in Richmond, what is the department, what is the government doing to address that, especially when we've seen in the budget a number of line items where the budget has been cut for long-term care?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for that question. I know nursing homes and home care are always on the minds of Nova Scotians, and especially those who have a family member that could be on a wait list. That's when it becomes most pronounced for them to be looking at what that wait time is. One of the I think significant ways that we're working to address the nursing home list is to actually also improve home care. One of the areas that, as we started to look at phase one of a two-phase policy change, and the first phase, of course, was that you know, we know that over the years people went on the list. A lot of perhaps you know, work up in the assessment, you know, maybe a report from a doctor, you know, many ways of advocating for their loved one. And in some ways, the list became somewhat self-fulfilling to grow because the wait list was long, and therefore the word in the communities was that, look, we better get our mom or dad on the wait list because it is long. And that's what, in fact, you know, caused the list to grow. Because once we said that phase one of the policy was simply that if the next person on the list was called and they didn't want to go into the home, they would come off the list. And in 90 days, they could apply to get back on the list. So as those calls started to take place, it wasn't just a matter of asking those seniors or a disabled person about are you ready to go into the home? That was an obvious question. But they were also asked, have you accessed home care to help you look after your needs in the home, to make sure that you have properly prepared meals, that your personal care is being looked at. And so that was a critical and very important question to ask. And that's why, in fact, as we started to ask those questions, there became an even bigger demand for home care. So some people came off the list, no question, because they weren't ready to go into the nursing home, and they're able to stay off the list longer, which is the goal, stay in their home longer until the need was there. But I think the real effectiveness of the policy was that if somebody came off the list, and we had some of these examples happen fairly quickly, where they said, I'm not ready to go to the nursing home, and over the next 2 or 3 weeks, they had some medical incident. Go into hospital. Very often, cases I heard were stroke. And then they became a high-risk person to go home, So very quickly, they were moved to be able to get in the nursing home. So that's an improvement, you know, in the policy. The second part of the policy is starting to emerge now, and that is in the assessment phase. And again, during the assessment, when a family asks that their family member go into a nursing home, during that assessment, it is really now totally based on what are the risks. What are the risks to that person needing to go to a home? And so we will again offer home care to people, and those who are most in need of what nursing home and nursing care offers. And so that's what's helping us reduce that list from roughly almost 2,600 down to 1,492. That was, I think, about a month ago when I got the last update. I know what the member is asking, and it's about the wait list that, in fact, are in certain homes. There are certain homes that are absolutely more desirable. If we were to say, for example, you know, the next, you know, get on any nursing home list, we'd actually have an average of 10 people now on each nursing home in the province. Doesn't work that way because people want to be in the vicinity or as close to the vicinity as where they live. And some people also, when you start to analyze and drill down on the list, you soon find out that some of those going to a nursing home have one nursing home only. That's the only place that they're going to enter. And again, that wait list can be long for certain homes. When we go across the province and take a look at our 138 nursing homes, and I'm pleased to say that I've now been in about half of our nursing homes across the province, there is indeed, you know, a wide disparity in terms of the newness of the home. I certainly see great quality of care going on in a nursing home. But when you go in, one of the nursing homes that I've been in is almost 100 years old. Well, you know, the layout of that home compared to one of the homes built, and some were opened by the previous government, you know, it's a very different model of care that, you know, you would find in a Shanix in Kentville, Bridgewater, Greenwich, any of the last 11 that they built. So what happens now is that, you know, a family gets a nursing home in mind, and that's what they'll drive towards. I believe we will improve that list again as our home care improves as well. And you know, just in the past 6 months, we have seen again a very, very strong movement to get people off the or get the care they need in home and reduce that list. We have started to take a look at you know, a better practice, one where we create a high efficiency model for our providers, our care providers, to look after more by clustering patients together. We had some of our agencies who really hadn't done any kind of modernization.
Order, please. Order, please. I'd like to ask all members to try and keep the chatting to a minimum and a very low tone, for we do not want to disrupt the minister during his responses to the questions. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And so, you know, in taking a look at modernizing practice, you know, it's looking like, you know, we probably won't have to use an RFP. You know, we obviously haven't ruled it out because our new contracts will have requirements. There haven't been requirements in the past other than work to provide a top quality service, but not around, you know, the best scheduling, reducing the number of care providers going into a home. So these two, in fact, are top of mind today at a Canada-wide conference going on here in the city. They're going to look at how we can improve home care. We know that this is going to be where more and more care takes place, whether it's for our seniors and disabled or those that come home from hospital and need nursing care in the home. So we have that double-barrel effort where we're looking at both the home care and the nursing home, and the two are very, very connected. We cannot work on one in isolation. And the stronger home care that we provide, and now as we sit down with agencies across the province, and even signaling to them, and some of the RFP was about signaling, that we needed to see their service, their agency, modernize and give us a better quality of service, a more efficient service. When the Premier and I, we can talk for about the last 10 or 12 years when it comes to the Annapolis Valley. We've had one of the longest wait lists in the province. We had a deficiency of about 5,000 to 6,000 hours. And at the last count, we're down to about 1,100 hours. That is a huge gain in a very, very short time. So if we can get that kind of improvement by better practices right across the province, we're going to get to where they are now in Pictou, in Cumberland, and that is a just-in-time service. Ultimately, that is obviously the bar set high to get there and achieve that. And we'll need to improve the service because that cohort that is coming at us now, each and every month, you know, 22, 23% of Nova Scotians between 52 and 67 years of age, they're going to have huge demands on home care and eventually those who are very frail going to a nursing home. I believe as we strengthen home care, we will also be right-sizing the number of nursing home beds required. Doesn't happen overnight, but seeing the progress made just by phase one of 2 phases of change in the policy of nursing homes, gain has gone on. What was really surprising to me and really gave credence to our policy was that when those seniors were called and asked, are you ready to go into the Elms nursing home? And when they said, no, I'm going to defer going in, there was not a negative pushback about the policy because they understand that the nursing home should be for those that need that level of care. And for whatever the reason, people were on the list a lengthy period of time, a bit of that insurance that when they really did need it, they were pretty high up on the list. But if we can work both our lists to providing as quick a support to people, I think it's a much better day for our seniors. Because we can't just use that kind of phrase, I guess, that I know a few people took issue with when I said more and more people need to stay at home longer. Well, I incorporate in that statement staying at home safely. And this was the big area that many people hadn't explored. And that was, would home care be available to them? How much home care? For how long a period of home care? So as we come to deal with those two areas, I'm pleased with the progress we have made. I know, however, the pressures are constant. How can we improve the wait list for a Richmond Villa? And I've been to Richmond Villa. And it's, again, a facility, a place very desirable to go to. So I certainly look forward to continue to strengthen our policies around entry into nursing homes while now working on new contracts with our 19 agencies that provide home care. And there's a lot of very positive work that's going on, both by the agencies and by the department, and also NSHA is also starting to do some advanced work in that area, because again, ultimately, operationally, it could come under their purview.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the minister has done in question period, I heard no answer to that. The minister continues to go back to the change in the requirement to be on the list for long-term care. I understand that. People understand that. What I'm talking about and what I asked was, what is the government doing trying to address the long waits that people have to wait to get into a long-term care facility? There are seniors today that home care and the use of home care is not meeting their needs. And that's why they're on the list for a long-term care placement. Some of them are in transitional care beds in our hospitals. And I heard nothing, and I don't see anything in this budget that will address that issue. I agree with the minister. He's changed the criteria. And some people came off that list. But there's still well over 1,000 people, 1,400 and something people on the list that, if the criteria has changed, those people need placement in long-term care. And when you look at how many days people are waiting, I would agree with the minister. There are some facilities that are newer, that have higher days a wait list to get into, but by no means does it mean that there's no wait list. Villa Cadien in Digby, 270 days. People are waiting, and then Tidalview Terrace, which is a newer facility, is at 500 days. So I understand, yes, to get into Tidalview, 500 days, but Villa Cadien, who have their own issues, is 270 days. And that's at the bottom end of it, Mr. Chairman. Windsor Elm, 561 days. And the government came forward pretty quick saying that they were not going to build any new long-term care beds. And I think the data showing that we don't have the supply we need right now. We can't wait for people to either pass away or hope that they might improve on their condition so that they can get home care and continue that home care service. There's a need in this province. Our population's getting older and older as we speak. And the government has made the decision not to increase the number of long-term care beds in this province. I don't believe that is going to address the issue the minister brought up around a long wait list. People are still waiting a long period of time to get into a nursing home. So a specific question around the requirements on the wait list. There was a 100-kilometer kind of rule that if you were asked if you're on the list, that this is the next available long-term care facility. Is that 100-kilometer rule still in the mix? Can people say, no, I'm not moving 250 kilometers, I'll wait for one closer to home? Will they maintain their position on that list. So is that 100-kilometer rule that's been there for a number of years, is that still in effect where people can say no because the closest facility is maybe 200-300 kilometers away?
The Honourable Minister of the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And when we consider that this change now has only been implemented for a short period of time, and to continue and to see the amount of progress made, and since providing the member opposite with a number waiting for nursing homes, and I know he doesn't like me coming back to that, but the reality is, in fact, in just another very short period of time, we have moved the wait list for nursing homes from 1492, which was there, I think, in February, down to 1345, 147 moving down, which is a 42% reduction since we started to really gear in. Colchester is a wonderful example where we there have reduced the wait list by 30%. And we're going to start to see across the province those incremental gains, because of the 1, 3, 4, 5 that are on the list, some of them haven't been asked yet. In fact, will home care in the short term work out fine for you? So we're going to see a continuous gain there. One of the areas there's a couple of areas that I think, yes, do need to be explored, I believe, over the next number of years, and there may in fact be areas where there never has been quite a number of nursing home beds based on the population. I look, for example, at the area where I live, and Indianapolis Valley, we have 5 of the 8 communities in Nova Scotia that already has a population of 25% that are over the age of 65. So obviously it's one of those pressure areas. Some of that fine-tuning perhaps can be done. We're going to see in a very, very short time, right across the province, we have veterans beds. Veterans beds are not confined to Camp Hill. We know that there are a number of communities, whether it's in Cape Breton, Lunenburg, Middleton, and obviously here at Camp Hill, we have 175. Some of those beds, certainly ones that are already built and in place, are going to be less costly if the decision is made that we would now have seniors go in those beds. And some of them are very accessible. Middleton Soldiers Memorial, Fisherman's Memorial, looking for the one in Glace Bay. Always have trouble with the name of the Glace Bay home that has a significant number of veterans beds. But those are now community health facilities, very easily, thank you, very easily having access to bring about that change over. Speaking about hospitals, I'm sure the member opposite this number would register. We today in Nova Scotia and this is part of really good news, want the member observing, we are down to 120 people waiting in hospitals right across the province. When I became minister, it was twice that. It was twice that number. So again, it's about the priority. Somebody in hospital identified as needing a nursing home, they're getting in quicker. And so I believe those are great improvements, ones that we need to keep every effort to even get greater gains. Because as we all know in this House, when a person who has gone to hospital, received the care that they required, and are ready to get either home or in a nursing home, the quicker that happens, the better. Because, hospitals are an area where it's easy to get an infection just by the very nature, of the hospital. And so that's tracking to pretty significant improvement. And I do take, the member opposite's, strong, position that we do have some real issues in some nursing homes. But I like to look at the bigger picture that is having a strong track to improvement. And, it will be a great day for, ever who's minister at the time, when that comes down to 300 or 400 and is almost a just-in-time getting in a nursing home. Today, when I said home care, stronger home care, innovation in home care, when I said that to this national group, they applauded because they saw too many governments getting caught up with another building, another nursing home, without ever looking at what more could be done at home. And so I believe for both acute care and for those with disabilities and the frailties of age, staying in home as long as possible is what we must look at. But getting the care for that threesome that I just mentioned in the home, that's going to be our home first policy. And there are provinces that are very committed to this and others that are starting to really take a look at, have they reached pretty well their capacity for nursing homes? We know that there will be some private bills. We see that going on. I think the other big advantage and value to this whole area is the focus on assisted living. That focus now on assisted living is making an enormous difference with, again, shortening the time when somebody is on a list waiting to get into a nursing home. There is an absolutely a natural transition there. And oh yes, the member will have more time, but that being said, the 100-kilometer rule absolutely does exist. Are there exceptions when somebody will go beyond 100? There, in fact, sometimes, as I've discovered in the department, a request from a family member that they would like to see their loved one out of hospital, in a nursing home, and get back to the one in their area as quickly as possible.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we will be. I'll have more time. Took a while for the minister to answer a simple question, eating up time where I could keep the minister here for another week, really. I think I ask specific questions. I think they're important questions. When you're dealing with people who are waiting for long-term care, I think giving an answer so we can get on to the next issue is important. The minister mentioned the list is down by 147. I wonder if the minister would be transparent and open and indicate to Nova Scotians how many of those in the 147 were either removed from the list or actually were placed in long-term care. Those are some of the details that would be nice to know. When I talked about the wait times for A-side nursing home, 228 days. Melville Gardens Nursing Home, 302 days. Arborstone, 169 days. These are facilities in our communities that seniors are trying to put their loved ones in or put themselves in, and we've heard nothing at all from this government about the investment. The minister just mentioned in his long-winded answer to the 100-kilometre question that potentially the veterans' beds will be opened. I've been asking the minister on a number of occasions, what kind of budget will that be? I don't see anything in this budget that reflects that there's going to be additional costs, and there will be a cost. It probably won't be to the point that the Veterans Veterans Affairs is paying the facilities for, but there is a cost, and I'll come back and ask those questions next hour.
Order, please. Time has expired for the New Democratic Party caucus. The honourable member for Dartmouth East for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a few issues I'm hoping to get to here over the next hour, and I mean, some of them you can probably guess. We'll get to the Dartmouth General, don't worry. The first one I wanted to start with is actually interesting. It's a member for Sackville-Cobequid just finished, and I want to start by quoting a letter from him back when he was minister. And it's about the Kronos project, which I know you'd be familiar with, and I know the former member for Dartmouth South and I both appreciated that you and your staff met with the folks at Computeries about this, but at the time, the former health minister said the project will help ensure the right number of clinical staff are available for patient care and staff members are scheduled to work in the most efficient manner. And then he provides context, and of course this was the Kronos tender, and what I'm wondering is, here we are, this letter was in 2012, we're here 2016, what is the status of implementation for Kronos scheduling?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the honourable member for the question and for raising this issue. In fact, it was a very, very short time after becoming minister that I was apprised of the challenges with this particular program, and it was one that Capital Health was certainly struggling with, and they have one of the, the largest staff to obviously provide scheduling for. And so I know that the Health Authority has taken this on, and they're still continuing to work out and refine all of those parts of the program that can make the scheduling much more responsive than, I guess, probably what was embedded in the original program. So I certainly can get an up-to-the-minute, answer for the member from the Health Authority. I guess they had to take over that project, and just to see where it is.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
And I appreciate that, and I do want to recognize that it is something that you inherited, or that the minister inherited. What I'd be interested to know, and if he doesn't have the information now, perhaps he could get this information to me, because we've tried to get the information from the Health Authority and the IWK, and they came back and said, no, it's the Department of Health that has this information, and we went to the Department of Health and Wellness, and they said, no, it's the IWK and Nova Scotia Health Authority, so nobody's quite sure where the information we're looking for lies. And what I'm interested to know is how much has been spent on the implementation of the Kronos project, whether it's considered to be on budget, and whether there is a dedicated budget over the next 5 years for the continued implementation of this, and if maybe the minister can let me know whether he has the answers, and if he doesn't, I'm perfectly happy getting those at a later date from him.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. And knowing always it's important not just to have a program, but what's budgeted for it, how it's progressing, and so forth. So we'll get that level of detail for you. Some could be in the department, but I know in terms of the operations, it indeed is the Nova Scotia Health Authority that would have the fine details about where that is.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
And I appreciate that. Does the minister know whether one of the challenges, as I understand it, was the implementation with the SAP system, which obviously was required? And I also understand that one of the other systems in the Antigonish area, I know it's all one health authority now, but in the Antigonish area is still running one of the legacy systems and is not yet on Kronos. So I'm just wondering, is it still the plan to implement Kronos across the province, or is that going to be abandoned in favor of another option? And has it been successfully integrated with SAP at this point?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Very much, Mr. Chair, and I think, as the member can appreciate, when the Health Authority, came into existence on April 1st of 2015, they inherited a lot of variation across the province, and I certainly discovered in some cases there were 6, 7, even 8 versions of a program that was under the direction of the department, but once it moved out into the 8 or 9 districts, we would have different versions of it. This is very important, of course, to scheduling, and right now, as the Health Authority takes a look at what can be the best program for the value and the dollars invested. That's one of the areas that they have under their review. But in terms of where that is, I will provide the member with details and an update.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to, and I look forward to getting that information, and I do appreciate that that's some detailed stuff that you wouldn't necessarily have right at hand. I just think, I'll just close my thoughts on that by saying I think that's an important issue because it went out to tender originally in 2011, obviously long before the minister was there, and you hear reports sometimes from different hospitals, and you never know if the reports you hear are completely accurate, and I understand that, but that there's some areas where they're not using that scheduling software, areas where it hasn't been implemented across the payroll system, and then of course in the Antigonish area where they're still using the legacy computer system, but they don't have money to upgrade it because it wasn't the actual plan. And my concern with that, as you can imagine, one is if they got to replace it, they probably want to be moving on that. But the other concern I have on that is that if the purpose of a single health authority was to get efficiencies and to have better use of resources, if the scheduling software that was intended to facilitate that and help with that isn't operating properly, then that obviously would be a barrier to the success of a single, or a barrier to the success of a single health authority. So that's why I think that's important. I understand probably people listening are, why are we talking about a tender or a piece of software, but I think that one is fairly important. So I appreciate that you'll get me the answers on that.
Order, please. Just a reminder to the honourable member not to refer to you and to direct comments through the chair.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate that the minister has agreed to get me that information. It's very easy to slip into the you thing when we're in the committee especially, but I want to move on to the Dartmouth General because a number of issues that we've got to cover here. As the minister would be aware, we found out very quickly that the 3rd and 4th floor had to be done, and I know that I've seen it. I've been taken on a tour of that, and that's very successful. When the renovations were announced for the 5th floor under the previous government, there was considerable concern that they were wrapped up in the renovations of the QE2 and the replacement of the Centennial, and that it was just getting bogged down. And the minister will remember that he and I had a meeting with the Chief of Staff of the Dartmouth General over at my office at the time, and he outlined that, and the minister, to his credit, split the projects. I don't know whether he officially split them or how that was done, but and that project was separately announced. There is a bit of fear that now, with the exacerbated problems at the Centennial Building, that once again the two projects are colliding because they're being talked about together again, and that would delay the completion and the work at the on the 5th floor and the planning of the 5th floor. And I'm just wondering, has there been any impact on the timeline for the construction of the 5th floor, and what is that timeline that we would expect at the moment?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I understand completely the members' high level of interest in this project and his involvement over a period of time. As I went to take a look at the 3rd and 4th floor and the need for a significant renovation, and one, of course, that the Auditor General said needed to be done. And when I looked at the configuration of the 3rd and 4th floor, which are very significant floors to the Dartmouth General, you didn't have to be a clinical expert to see how easy it would be to have infection control problems. I've also now been able to take a look at the work as it's proceeding, and to kind of have a little bit of an unofficial opening of one half of a floor and see the change, the transformation that has gone on, and how it has buoyed the staff to work there and to see what a significant part of their future work life, but more importantly, a higher quality of patient care that will be able to come as a result of not having those worries and real occasions when infections did take place. In terms of the 5th floor, the 5th floor and the surgical tower, were if it was at one point a standalone project, it was certainly a capacity there that needed to be addressed. The day that I got off the elevator on the 5th floor and looked out over what was nothing more than a football field, I said, why would we be ever launching a massive build that would at least over there accommodate 50 beds and a state-of-the-art ICU? And that was an immediate reaction when I took a look there. So we know that now it's incorporated in part of the entire distribution model of care that the VG and Centennial replacement will be changing over the next probably 5-year period. So the 5th floor this summer had a Class B estimate carried out. I met recently with the architects, Blyden Lynch And it was nice to hear them say, we'll be on time, we'll be on budget, and that work is going to be complete by late summer. And at that point, we'll be ready to move on the 5th floor and the surgical tower. While there has not been significant dollars placed in the budget of this year, we know that it's a project that we want to see moved along as quickly as possible so that those surgeries can get operating and that 5th floor brought to a completion. So I'm pleased to say that you know, in 16-17 fiscal year there'll be work on the 5th floor or surgical tower or a combination of both. The project will not be delayed. It will move in parallel with work on the 5th floor at the Halifax Infirmary. There's a firm commitment to have this project scaled up. You know, we never know when another mishap at the VG or Centennial. It's now being well scoped out. It's not just a plan. We'll see obviously big dollars in the next fiscal year put in place for the actual build. I think it goes without saying, and maybe the member is perhaps more aware of this than I am, but a real excitement around Dartmouth General and its potential and the place that it will play, the role it will play in a full provincial hospital system. And I see it becoming one of our centers of excellence. There's a lot of talk about building on the tremendous orthopedic team that is there, and to be able to set up an orthopedic center of excellence and have all of the equipment permanently in those surgical theaters. Again, it will allow for more surgeries and I think a higher quality to be carried out. So I'm certainly excited about the future of Dartmouth General, and so should the residents of the city, and they will be looking after people from across the province, I believe, if it does become one of our centre of excellence.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would agree with the Minister that people are excited. One of the questions in it is, from what you just said, do we understand that just the architectural drawings and then the tenders would happen in 2016-27, or do you anticipate construction to actually begin on either the surgical tower or the 5th floor work in 2016-2017? And tied in with that, the big question everybody's trying to figure out is, we understand that the foundation is expected to raise a certain amount of money, but they're not aware of how much money that's going to be. And that's a bit of a concern because obviously we have the Big Lobster dinner coming up in June and so forth, but there are many fundraising efforts that they take, and it's hard to go after large donors without knowing what the expectation would be on the foundation. So the two questions I would have at this juncture is, when the Minister says the project will be going ahead in 2016-2017, what does that actually mean? What should our expectations be? And two, what is the financial expectation by the foundation?
Thank you for framing the question in the proper manner. There were two items in which you used you directly. We'll move on now to the Minister. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and a couple of very significant questions placed on the floor there. One of the areas that has really changed over the past couple of years, a lot of experience gained and knowledge from some of our major bills. You know, I know Colchester Truro has a tremendous facility, but it did get off track in terms of the cost. So this is why we haven't put that out there in an absolute firm manner. We want to see what the design obviously looks like, and as I said, late summer for the design. And at that point, we'll be able to say if it's going to be late, or I should say early 2017, or a little bit later into the next fiscal year. But they're starting to target some work in this fiscal year. The foundation has been having conversations with the health authority, and those, again, now are being bridged by the fact that this is part of the larger provincial requirements for health care, and some of that traditional 75-25, I'm really pleased to say, is under review. And some of those, I think, early work or thoughts around that, you know, if we're going to, you know, total some big millions of dollars, I think it's important that it is looked at differently than those smaller community hospitals, community projects, and that discussion and that information is now there to be looked at.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So without a specific number, and what I'm concerned about, Mr. Chair, is that we're fast approaching the construction, which is exciting. Like, say it's a year, say it's 2 years out. That's still reasonably soon. To raise the kind of money that we expect the foundation will have to raise would be a challenge in any community, and I appreciate the minister is talking about changing the traditional 75-25, and I think that's good. Now, as a regional facility, there's potentially the possibility to draw from a wider base to raise money, but since he doesn't have an exact number, is there an order of magnitude that we can expect the foundation would be looking at? Are we talking about them raising $2 million or $10 million? And I ask this because this is becoming, we're within a month and a half of, or not even a month, of the foundation's biggest fundraiser of the year, and that happens again the following year. So we're barreling down the road of time in terms of raising these kind of dollars. So maybe even, I understand he doesn't have an exact number, and I think maybe the minister is probably smart in not putting out a number that ends up being wrong. That's probably, in the end, that's probably a good idea, but maybe there's an order of magnitude that we might expect the foundation to be responsible for.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And what I can convey to the member is that we've made now the VG Centennial replacement, but more importantly, focus on those facilities, whether it be the Halifax Infirmary, Dartmouth General, Hants Community Hospital. All of these will move forward in parallel. We don't want to put any brakes on that project, and this is why I was so pleased to hear that the architectural work, design, well on schedule, well on budget, and it's a new day in the province when we've taken this stage-gated approach to doing work, and if it's 5 stages, then at each stage, the quality of the work has to be there. The costs have to be on budget. I was, in fact, I was with Mr. Chair. I was with him and the member for King South on a tour of the Wolfville School that's undergoing a magnificent renovation, in again, all being stage-gated. And to hear the construction company folks say, well, you know, we hope we got the whole contract. That's certainly a whole new way of thinking, that at each of the stages, It's all, there are a set of requirements and criteria. And so it'll be the same here. You know, to get this project underway early in 2017 is the goal. Hopefully we'll be at that place with all of the required details that such a project requires. What I'm pleased about in terms of the foundation is that they have had some consulting with the NSHA on what that final arrangement may look like, what they will be asked to participate in. So at this stage, it is very difficult to be you know, completely into that, you know, 10 million ballpark or any figure for that matter. I think it's a matter of it goes out to tender. This is the scale, scope of the project. Here's the timeline, and we know the foundation's commitment is extremely strong, and they've done a great job in terms of the current project. I've met with the foundation, and to know what work they'll put into fundraising, you know, I think they will meet whatever that expectation is that is finally agreed upon, and I believe that's the operative word. They will agree together to say it won't be that full imposition or taking the formula that we have traditionally used.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I will just say that and hopefully he will take this in the light-hearted manner that it is intended. Stage gating is good, and I agree with it. But what I will mention to him through you, Mr. Chair, is the Muskrat Falls Dam was also stage gated and budgeted with the highest caliber and highest level of estimates, and that is now many times over budget. So that doesn't always work out the way you hope it would, and I think the Minister probably understands that. The last thing I wanted to ask about the Dartmouth General project is when I participated with the Minister in the original announcement, there was talk about it being the orthopedic centre for, I don't know whether it was for Nova Scotia or for the region. I wasn't quite sure how that was going to work, but it was being referred to, and it's referred to in many of the media articles from the time as it will become the orthopedic centre. I'm wondering if that is still the plan, and if it is not the plan, what is the newly projected role for that facility in this broader transformation of, I'll call it Capital District, but it really is the Capital District area hospitals.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I guess I need to react a little bit to the Muskrat Falls in that I know many things can happen. First of all, I always look at the climate in which the work is going on, and having grown up in Newfoundland, sometimes we say we have two seasons, winter and last winter. And very often it can impede, you know, construction work. I know because there is a very strong orthopedic team that's currently in Dartmouth, that certainly gets one of the references that could happen. But to see Dartmouth double its surgical capacity, I think is a significant, you know, change for the Dartmouth General, and to have a floor dedicated to surgical patients with the state-of-the-art ICU. that still remains one of those areas that is being talked about. I believe there was a reference, in fact, when the announcement of decanting the VG in Centennial was announced, and it certainly could be one of those areas. We know that the Halifax infirmary is going to be now the center for all of our high intense surgical work like transplant, oncology, and cardiac, those areas in particular. All of our major trauma will go in there. So it becomes our teaching, learning, innovation, research, and tertiary and quaternary care center. So, and Dartmouth will obviously play a very significant role in building surgical capacity in the province, where they're going to move from 4 surgical theaters to 8. Orthopedics certainly is a strong consideration. Final determination, I can say to the member and to all the members here, there's a clinical services review going on. Probably the first time, in my understanding, in the history of the province to have that kind of thorough review. At the announcement, if the member was there, Dr. David Kirkpatrick took place. When I became a minister 2.5 years ago, and we were wondering if we could ever get a handle on orthopedic work in the province, I was really buoyed by the fact that the orthopedic community were the first ones to come together and plan their organization around dealing with wait times. As challenging as it currently is, by some additional money, but more importantly, doing some change around the surgical theater capacity, moving patients to other sites. They're going to be doing somewhere between 500 and 600 additional hips and knees this year. That's a tremendous step forward, and I know for the future, orthopedic needs, Dartmouth will indeed play a very critical role. But Dr. David Kirkpatrick, he's been heading up that perioperative area, and so when the clinical services review is done, that's when they'll determine that whether it's in Truro, at the Aberdeen, Amherst, Yarmouth, all of our regional hospitals in particular, what will take place in those based on the needs. And needs are changing as we take a look, of course, at that huge demographic that does have certain surgeries at a higher level. One of the ones that I'm certainly hearing about in that big cohort is increased cancer rates. So whether, again, some oncology goes there, we'll have to wait and hear what Dr. David Kirkpatrick and his team assess when they go across, as they complete their work. Really, they're well underway with it. They've put a couple of years of planning into this, and it's again to distribute and have surgeries in the right place. There are some areas, in fact, where corrections will need to be made in that there's too few surgeries being done of a particular higher level, and better outcomes occur as well with volume.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I want to move on to some of the mental health funding in the budget, and I want to start by there's funding set aside for risk mitigation in primary and acute care. I noticed that budget's gone down, but I assume that's because some of the money is transferred to the Health Authority. What I'm wondering is whether within the department or through the Health Authority, there is a plan to review how patients who present with suicidal ideation or previous suicide attempts are handled in the primary and acute care system. And The reason I ask about that is I've had a number of cases come in over the past while from different parts of the province and talked to a number of ER chiefs of staff in different parts of the province, and there is a very inconsistent protocol in different hospitals in terms of how this is dealt with. And you have people coming in who have had previous suicide attempts and yet are sent home, and then in other places are put in a bed. And it seems to vary fairly significantly. So I guess the two parts to that would be, first, is there a plan to review how it's done? And the second part, Mr. Chair, would be whether there is a plan to establish a set protocol for all ERs in the province, rather than it depending on who happens to be the ER physician of the night.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member asking the question, this being, of course, Mental Health Week, for one reference point, but one that is of great concern to Nova Scotians, and especially to families who have had tragic consequences, those who have a family member who is living with a loved one who has attempted suicide or present with strong suicidal thoughts. One of the areas that, and again speaking with a couple of our leads in our emergency rooms, again, these doctors, you know, our ERPs, our emergency room physicians that work at Dartmouth, work at the QE2, and our regional hospitals have years of training in terms of the medical saving of a life, and a very small amount in terms of those presenting in a psychiatric crisis or a mental health trauma. So one of the areas now that Dr. Linda Corey has been tasked with is, in fact, taking a look at what we do have in place across the province. Do we need, for example, you know, a psychiatric nurse as part of the team to deal with that trauma? In our bigger centres, you know, the number of heart attacks, the number of strokes, the number of internal bleeds, you know, saving a life in that medical sense, I think, occupies a huge amount of their requirement. And in fact, that's why sometimes the ERPs, who are our best trained in the province, when somebody is in and triaged at a level 5, needs one stitch or some symptoms of flu, all important, but their drive to save a life is really as central and at the heart of their work. So I think as we take a look at what Dr. Linda Corey, you know, uncovers and points to what it will happen in Pictou with the new emergency room there. Because I know I have expressed concerns from patients who have written me, whose families have come down to my office in the Valley to talk about losing a loved one to suicide, and it's been several families, and and one of the most heartening moments for me is that they came not to complain about the system, but how can we improve the system? How can we make it just that little bit more responsive in that time of need? They came offering solutions, and it was a wonderful moment for me to share both the heartache, but the heartening measures they were offering again as solutions. So at the Aberdeen, they will have in the emergency room, probably not right in that trauma location, but within the emergency area, they will have 2 dedicated beds for those who present with, attempted suicide, significant suicidal thoughts, any of those kinds of areas. And I think it's that recognition that there has to be a separate protocol. There has to be a separate plan to do assessments and give them the care that they need. So what we'll put in place across the province through Dr. Corey's work, I believe it will be very, very significant, and I'm hoping that we don't hear of anybody presenting with any degree of mental illness being turned away or not given the needed assessment that is required. And so I think we will start to embed, if you wish, in terms of our emergency room docs, that protocol across the province. When we started to plan and think about the one provincial health authority, when we looked at the strength of our 9 provincial plans, whether it's again cancer care, breast screening, breast health, all of those areas, we have made huge gains in our province from those 9 provincial programs. And so now we have this opportunity not to just look at it from an economic lens as a district may have, or we just don't have a resource for that. We will now have that provincial approach to a very, very important, I think, treatment requirement that we don't have at the highest level right across Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the obvious follow-up to that is, what is the timeline for having that rolled out? I'm happy to hear that there's a plan to have consistency when it comes to that, but how long would we expect to wait to see that rolled out and in place across the province?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point, even small changes towards an improvement path to reduce the variability of care and who's admitted to a short-term psychiatric unit for assessment, who stays in one of those observation beds, for overnight until those proper therapies can be set in motion. That's still a work in progress, and it's probably now about 3 months since I had an update from Dr. Corey on how her work was progressing, and really wanted to identify where some of the high needs areas are across the province, both on the acute mental health and on the mental health day-to-day work that is done by a variety of providers in the system. So, it is certainly my hope that as we conclude the clinical services review, there will be a statement about the amount of time required to make sure we have a robust plan in place.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think the timeline is going to be critical, and it's critical because this, so many things in government, and it really doesn't make much difference what party's in power on some of this stuff. That there are things that can go on forever and ever and ever in the planning and never get completed. And I think that one of the goals of having a single health authority was to have some consistency. And this is one that I am repeatedly seeing, that there isn't just inconsistency by virtue of the location, say the Dartmouth General versus a hospital in Yarmouth, but by who the attending physician is at the hospital on that given night, and whether they have a psychiatry locum or on call. So I hope that's something that would be somewhat of a priority. Tied in with that, one of the things I want to know whether there's a plan to address is the availability of psychologists and the wait list for psychiatrists, I guess, because we have a system in place where if you have a health plan, and honestly, I don't know what the percentage of people in Nova Scotia are with the health plan, Mr. Chair, but it wouldn't be that high. They may have access to psychological services, but it's probably $500 or $800 a year, or maybe it's a number of maybe it's 8 visits or 10 visits, but it wouldn't be very much for somebody who would be in the more critical cases. So then you can go to the government system, and I don't know what the minute-by-minute wait list is, but yesterday I was told there's for some of the more critical cases, it's still a 10-month waiting list to get in to see a government paid for a psychologist, and I don't know whether that is accurate or not. Psychiatrists really have a different role in the system, although there's a fairly significant wait for them too. So what we've done is we've created a system where if you can either afford to pay for a psychologist, or you have a health plan that will pay for a few visits, then really you have the ability to I guess it's almost like queue jumping to some extent, but you can get access to those services. So the access to services in mental health is very much dependent on your economic status in this province. You know, someone who's a millionaire can go out and get those services in Nova Scotia, no problem. You don't even have to be a millionaire, but as a reasonably decent salary. Somebody who's making $20,000 or $30,000 as an annual income is not going to be able to pay for their child, or themselves for that matter, to have much by way of private psychological counseling. And I think that's a real serious problem. And that's why I think you end up with a backup of people, particularly younger people, but some older people as well, younger people who end up in the ERs with suicidal ideation or other psychological trauma. Quite frankly, we bring up suicidal ideation all the time, but there are plenty of other things such as schizophrenic episodes, dissociative disorders, bipolar. There's any number of these things that you can end up on a waiting list and clogging the ERs. So I'm wondering if there has been any thought given to a plan that would address the disparity between economic ability to meet your mental health needs between those that can afford to go and get the private health care either by virtue of their Blue Cross or Manulife plan or by just virtue of the fact they have enough money, and those that cannot.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and very important question that the member asks. In fact, I don't mind relaying that I encouraged a few of my colleagues to ask questions about mental health, and I know how significant it is an issue for all of us. There's nothing partisan about working to deliver the strongest mental health services in our province, and I can point to one of my colleagues that I certainly told him that I would be more than prepared to answer whatever he's asked on that in that vein. Just to give a little update in terms of the latest information that I have for an adult in the central zone, 90% of people are seeing a psychological service, because it could be psychiatrists, psychologists, or work in the system as well. But 90% now are seen within 105 days, and 50% are seen within 33 days. So, and again, you know, to be on a path of improvement. And just at the time the Together We Can strategy was brought in by the former government, children in the province were waiting, children and youth were waiting 501 days for treatment. They may have seen, have had an initial assessment and contact, but for actual treatment, 501 days, and in 2015, 118 days, which is still too long, absolutely. But to see that progress, that has come from a plan. And now what we have to do, in my view, is absolutely build on that plan. There are many elements of the Together We Can strategy that there was no need to reinvent or put another name on it. It was simply a matter, it was there for 5 years. It was to get at the work, get as many of the 33 recommendations out the door. I've met with a good number on that advisory, or really an implementation team. And again, there are some very highlights of what has gone on. But they all point to, we need to keep doing more. Just like, a few weeks ago, signing off on 50 doctors who have taken the mental health professional development course to help them work with their patients who certainly have maybe lower levels of anxiety, depression, those are an array of personal problems that are certainly of a mental health nature, but to get the majority of our, 1,335 GPs with some mental health training. It was one of the real deficiencies in med schools, but now there's a growing awareness that our 17 med schools in the country absolutely have to do more for that frontline care. So the wait lists have some ups and downs across the province. It depends where we are. I think the member mentioned the word consistency, and I believe that's really what we have to now strive for, and get the right complement as well of people who work in the mental health field available to people. Psychologists don't use a medicative approach. They have a, I think, a very strong place in our system, and again, building teams. I know we hear from the members from Pictou that there's more in Truro, but if we can attract 10 top people in the field to a hub and strengthen that hub and move people there for the best short-term care, I think that's an advance. All across the province, it is difficult to recruit for every single community, but if we can have smaller little hubs that again provide the service, I think it's a strengthening of mental health services.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it strikes me that sometimes wait lists, if you need a wait list for a heart bypass, everybody who needs a heart bypass is going to be on that wait list, I'm pretty sure. But it strikes me that wait lists for psychological services, anything in mental health, is going to be a little bit like the unemployment rate, where, when people give up, the unemployment rate goes down because there's less people seeking work. So the people that leave, either give up trying to use the public system, and go to private options, either because they pay for it themselves through a health plan, are going to come off that waiting list, presumably. And so I think those waiting lists can be difficult. And the same would probably be true for government-funded physiotherapy and things like that. Anything that you can get privately that people can shift themselves off, that wait list is going to change. And I'm not sure that's always a measure of success. Although I do, listen, I don't dispute, Mr. Chair, the fact that wait list has gone down. And I'm happy to hear the minister say that he still thinks it needs to come down further. But I think we need to be very careful about relying on wait lists for things that people, if they're in dire circumstances, can go elsewhere because they come off that list. I don't have a lot of time left, so I wanted to get at two other issues with this, which is really around the teen mental health. And I'm wondering, obviously, we're seeing a lot more of this at the university level. The minister will be aware that I sit on a number of committees with the local universities, and we're seeing a lot more, really a wide variety of mental health issues in young people. And when I say young people, I'm thinking like really 25 and under. And a lot of that, it isn't always around universities, obviously, but a lot of those people are there. So I'm wondering whether his department has a strategic plan to fund adequate mental health care in the universities, to provide better access at the universities, not taking away from the fact, I understand part of the answer is that the universities are putting money into it themselves and providing these. I understand that, but they can't be expected to be the deliverers of health care. And how much money is the government putting in, if any, into mental health clinicians into the school system? And maybe there's no money going in there, I'm not sure. So I'm interested to know and the third part to that, I guess, because I know you'll probably fill the rest of the time. I know the minister well, and that is there a difference between the urban areas and the rural areas when it comes to delivering any of those services in the schools? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for that question. And part of it, which I'll get to, is reference, in fact, one of the major requests at the last provincial, territorial, federal ministers, and that's around that transitioning for the 19-year-old out of the youth mental health system up to 25 years of age. Everybody has some real challenges there. One of the quick analysis that I have done from 2013 to now shows that right across the province on adolescent care, we're seeing in that a downward trend, with the exception of the IWK. And the IWK, of course, has our most specialized care going on at the Grand Centre. But in 2013, we really started into the School Plus program. And so for the youth and adolescent area, the time is getting shorter for the provision of mental health services, and we're talking here mainly those professional services offered right across the province with our adolescent psychologists, our youth counselors. And from 2013 to now, there's that downward trend, and it was right about the time we started to get more of the counselor that's in the School Plus program. And we're increasing that every year. And I was at a recent Annapolis Valley school board at a school board meeting where I know the member for Kings South, Kings North, we attend as a group, and for Annapolis and also Hants East. We all come to the same meeting, sharing the same information. And one of the strongest statements they made, which really gives that on-the-ground credibility to what Dr. Jana Davidson said when she came in to take a look at youth and adolescent mental health services, and certainly did it in conjunction with people at the IWK. And Dr. Jana is from BC Sick Children's, and she said the work that you're putting in to the School Plus program is lead work in the country, and you will gradually see positive dividends from that. And I think we're starting to hear that. And the school board people in unison, if my colleagues remember, they said, whatever you do in terms of change, don't reduce the School Plus program. It is helping our teachers, it is helping parents, but more than anything, it is helping our children and be stable young people to a greater degree in our school system. They are supported by an area that the member also asked about, and that was, what about clinicians? What about those who are the psychologists, like one of the people that I know who does fabulous work in my area, and she's probably got better known because of her book, The Cancer Olympics, Dr. Robin McGee. And we have 29 of those professionals now in our school system. And they'll generally work with a family of schools. So we're not without, in fact, that higher level of trained mental health provider in a number of our schools. And again, getting that right number is certainly always a challenge. So I think I see good things happening. I see now that in the Western Zone, in the Northern Zone, in the Eastern Zone, and in the Central Zone, again, that's where we have our biggest population, it's a little higher. But 3 now we're seeing in the 50, 60 days a youth and adolescent is getting in for the full treatment. And they may be even prior to that getting help at school with our clinicians. So there is a good, I think, track of improvement that is taking place there. I think our most challenging area is the one that the member has raised, and that is in the 19 to 25 age group. And last year I attended an end of university session for all universities in Atlantic Canada as they were starting to take a look at how do we meet the psychological, the mental health needs of our university students, and again those demands that they are placing on those services. So, so I believe the recognition of the need is that first step, but it is a common ask right across the country. And will that, and I hope it's one of the areas that Dr. Jane Philpott really does place some emphasis on. We in our university and college communities, we have at least, from 19 to 23, 24, we have a bit of a captive audience and a real chance to, I believe, work with those who are having an array of mental health issues. So it's an area that I hope we can go. I just received a document from BC. They've done a lot of work in this area, and I think it's a document that again, we need to take a look at here in the province, and it's one I certainly don't mind sharing with the member that he may be able to use in his work. So I believe it's the area that I know I, as Minister, do need to give a greater attention to, and find ways in our community colleges and our universities to simply do more.
The time has elapsed for the honourable member for Dartmouth East. We will now move to 1 hour of questions from the Progressive Conservative Caucus, and I would like to recognize the honourable member from Northside, Westmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minister, for allowing me to ask a few questions this afternoon. I don't plan on being too long. I have a few very specific questions that relate to the healthcare and the hospital in the area that I live and work in, and hopefully with some some good answers. I won't be as long. I won't have to torture you. And without, then I'm going to be a little longer. So I guess my first question is, the Northside General Emergency Room is open from 8 to 3, which is a steady opening. We understand that, and it's good to know that when the evening comes, you have to go to Sydney because the emergency room is not open. But it's a 20-minute, 25-minute drive from the north side, and depending on what part of the north side you're on, it could be longer. And that amount of time could be life and death for some people. I know we have a great emergency medicine EHS program, and the paramedics are excellent, but nothing really takes the place of an emergency room care when somebody really needs it. I wonder if the Minister can enlighten me and the residents on the north side. What is the plan for the North Side General Emergency Room? Is it to stay as it is? Is it to be open at different hours? Is it going to be open longer? We know most emergencies don't happen between 8 and 3, and when they do, most of the doctors are in their office and could be called and could meet somebody there. So I wonder if the Minister can enlighten me on the plan for the North Side General.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. It's one that you know, begs to be addressed. I absolutely believe that you know, the foundation to overall improvement in both health delivery and the health of the citizens of Northside and really any part of the province is to have the best of primary care. And Northside is fortunate to have about 15, 16 doctors who work in that area. However, for a whole wide range of reasons, you know, the GP covering an emergency room for a higher level of care is really disappearing or disappeared pretty well across the country. People want to go to the provider in a significant emergency to the one who can deliver the best care. And in the member opposite's region, and I've met some of the docs when I've toured Cape Breton Regional, there's no question that it is at Cape Breton Regional where our emergency docs, or highest trained docs, are performing 24/7, 365 days a year. So in some of our communities now, really to have what I call a comprehensive model for primary care is the direction that we have to go. And while you only have a short number of hours currently in what was the traditional emergency room at Northside, many of the collaborative care centres have some staggered hours, and one doctor may work from 8 to 4, another one from noon until 7 or 8 in the evening. So the collaborative practices can be set up to do a greater degree of accommodation of both the ongoing management of chronic disease, investigation of new medical issues that a citizen would have. But I think it's being able to serve a lot more patients over an extended period of time for their primary care is really the model that we are moving to. It will take some time, and I believe Northside does have some physicians that now want to adopt to that model, and it may in fact allow a doctor, a nurse practitioner, family practice nurse in front of more patients for a longer period of the day because doctors are sharing in a different model of practice. We have some very small communities, and one of them being Annapolis Royal, our oldest community in the province. And they struggled to keep their emergency room open, and was one of the first sites in the province to adopt a collaborative care model. And they now have people that access some of the testing at the hospital, and doctors working within the old structure of the hospital, but providing collaborative care medicine. They're not open as an emergency room. You have a serious bleed, a serious trauma, you're not going into the Annapolis Royal Hospital. You're going to where there's a full-fledged ER that's open. But to look after that baby with the 102, 103 temp, that's where they're going to go. They're going to go into that collaborative care center and get the care they need. This is why previous governments set up the CECs. It was to provide a level of primary care for those extended hours. Some are through the day, but to have a paramedic and a nurse available to our citizens. In fact, as the member stated, when he mentioned EHS, we should want to use EHS. If we have the best system in Canada, when there's an emergency, that's the people we need at our home, at our door. And sometimes we don't have necessarily that level of training, perhaps in some of our other settings. We're way ahead of the game in that area. One of my sidebar conversations with the Minister of Health from Quebec, when he heard me talk about what our paramedics do, assisting with palliative care in the home, going to a nursing home, doing assessment of a patient, and keeping them there, not just trucking them off to an ER. Because in Quebec, even today, May 5, 2016, they have a scoop and deliver model, is how the minister described it to me. They're not delivering care. They're not delivering clot-busting drugs. They're not at home at 2 in the morning dealing with a medication to reduce pain for a palliative care patient. We are a light year ahead. We need to be using 911 in the appropriate manner. We need to be in front of a primary health care provider and not at the emergency room. If I were living on the north side, my view, anything serious, which one of my brothers encountered there, it was the Cape Breton Regional that dealt with his emergency. And we have to look at the delivery of care in a different way. And I believe, having an emergency room opened, covered by a GP, is going to provide great primary care. Maybe you can put in a stitch and do a few small procedures, but they're not going to deliver life-saving. So if we look at the collaborative model, doctors can be expanded across the day hours to do more and see more patients when you have other providers that are part of that model.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So from what I'm hearing then, the emergency room of the Northside General will be no more. It's going to turn into a collaborative practice with collaborative medical practices handling the rest of the care on the north side for any new doctors to come to the area. Well, I got to say, Minister, with Marine Atlantic that comes and goes in our area every day, with some of the industrial things that happen, an emergency room at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital only cannot handle the emergency cases that have to be or may be required in industrial Cape Breton if those other emergency rooms close. And I will say that I'm disappointed to hear that answer, that we have to move to primary care. I understand that, but in the meantime, we have to have the emergency care for the people and for what may happen on the north side, especially with the amount of people that travel through there on a regular basis through Marine Atlantic and then the ferries that happen and some of the industrial things that happen, can happen. Now, that's the first I've ever heard of any heckling during estimates, Mr. Speaker, and I'm disappointed to hear that the member from Yarmouth is complaining about our ferry and our emergency room hospital. And you know what, Mr. Speaker?
Order, please. Order, please. Order. The honourable member from Northside Westmont has the floor.
Well, I guess I'll ask the minister. What is the plan for the CEC? When will it be up and running? And what will the hours be? And how is it going to handle? How is the emergency room at the Cape Regional Hospital going to handle the volume of numbers of people that are going to have to go there for emergencies that I know they can't handle now because I've been there?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to speak to the member's issue here, I put before him what is to be, a likelihood in changing the model of care. There's going to be some change. We know that. Has that final decision been made? No, as to what it will actually look like. But what we have now happening, I think that if the member, has those conversations with doctors, it is really primary care that happens at Northside in what is identified as an emergency room. It's very often patients who don't have a doctor, patients who can't get into their doctor on that particular day, but they have a severe pain that needs to be investigated. So it's primary care that is there. We should have extended hours into the evening. It would still be primary care. So I think that's the question, and that's the area that citizens need to have addressed and to have advanced. And that's what. And that's, it takes a while to do this kind of work, but the clinical services review is absolutely critical to the future best care in the right place all across our province. And some of that will take time. Should there be extended hours of what's taking place there now? I believe that's the big question. But I know where communities have started to make the changes. They're pleased with the changes. They know the level of care in their facility. They know the other centers of care when they need them. So it is a concern. But I think changing is the right way to go. I'm certainly hearing, I heard firsthand about a year or so ago, and I'm hearing a continued commitment in New Waterford to community-based care, that people should not be looking just at the hospital site as the place of care, but rather community-based care. And that's the model for the future. and it's already has some variations, already taking place across the province. I know that the operational side now of what we do is handled by the NSHA, and the NSHA is in communication with the doctors in Northside, and they will have a say on what they can do and can deliver. So they're not in any way out of planning and getting that picture for the future. That I can tell the member opposite is very, very much in play.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minister. I think it's just that people want to know that whatever's going to be there is going to be there. We have, when the emergency room closed, we had a number of well-experienced nurses who used to work in the emergency room, weren't sure what was going to happen, and they left. They either left the area, they went to work at one of the other hospitals in the CBDHA, or whatever, but they did, and we lost that experience. So to know that that's going to be, if it's a collaborative practice, that's what it's going to, then at least we know that between whatever hours we have a collaborative practice. I know the emergency room and the regional can't handle the volumes if it's an actual emergency, and I'd like to see if that was going to be the boost up. But I'll go off the emergency room now and get into just recently, we've heard a little bit about the pain clinic in North Sydney. And in speaking with the gentleman who runs that pain clinic there, in trying to recruit a new physician, he's been having some difficulties because they're not sure of what the complement of support staff are going to be, plus what the ability of the gentleman or the doctor that comes in to take over, what the scope that he'll be allowed to do without or with supervision. The gentleman that's wanting to retire has a complement of two nurses and two support staff there now, and the clinic runs quite well. It sees, I'm told, about 80% of the pain people in Cape Breton compared to the 20% of the regional. And I'd like to know if that complement of staff would stay there with the new gentleman or lady coming in and keep that pain clinic running as it is and smooth like it is, so that the people in Cape Breton, not just the north side, but in Cape Breton, will still receive that amount and quality of service for pain.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, I know during the time and the fermentive change that it's only natural to wonder about a service that's at Northside, that's in the community, that's regarded as a very good service and meets the needs of a significant number of people actually in an area, as opposed to just one single town. So my understanding is that the doctor you referenced was looking at retiring. The one area that they were perhaps looking at was maybe having a director for both sites. It is my understanding that as NSHA looks at the needs of the pain clinics in the area, that conversation continues. But what I've been told, and I've been told this directly, is that there will be no change in the delivery of service in that site. That's when I first inquired. That's what I've heard. That's what I stand by. If there is a change and we get a picture of what is going to emerge, I'll certainly convey that to the member.
The Honourable Member from Northside Westmount.
So thank you, Minister. I appreciate that, and I'm sure that the gentleman who's wanting to retire and whoever he's trying to recruit will appreciate that as well, which I assume would mean staffing and levels of care would remain the same, which is a good thing to hear, because since this has happened, I've had a number of different people in my office that are concerned because the nurses that are there, well-trained, well-qualified, they've been there 20 years, they're very capable of doing the work alongside of the doctor. The doctor's confident with those nurses there, so he can do more with what he has compared to what he would have if he had people rotating through there all the time. So thank you very much for that. And I guess one of the other questions I have is with the setup of a collaborative medical practice. And I had this conversation with Dr. Vaughan in the past, and I know there was no immediate plans for that to happen. I'm just wondering if, since I've had that conversation, has there been plans about the collaborative medical practice? What will it look like? And if there is plans for it, when will we see something start to happen?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And what I can convey to the member for Northside Westmount is that there is those conversations going on about the need for moving to whether it be one or two collaborative practices in that area. Those conversations are going on. There's certainly some doctors. I met two when I was there, and that's over a year ago, who were very keen to engage in that kind of practice, and so hopefully that will emerge. What I really like, what I've heard so far about collaborative practices, no matter what stage of development they are at, and ones that exist, is the fact that they aren't a cookie-cutter model. They look at the communities and where they're going to go in terms of location, and in many cases they're looking at certainly reducing the footprint of owning a clinic and rather lease an area and establish the practice sometimes within an existing facility. We've had a few collaborative practices whereby a pharmacy decided that they would put up the build. They would do the build, and of course it's pretty complementary business. That being said, but it's a model that works in some communities very, very well, and so if the member, and I know the member is known by many in his area, regarded by many in his area, and if he would like to see a collaborative practice, kind of in session and see what's there and what the arrangement is, I'd certainly be willing to identify one where he could go and actually take a look and see how it functions. One of the realities is that I know he would probably be able to tell the general age of many of the practitioners in his area, and there's going to be a natural transition. He may have heard me say this before, but now in our med schools, overwhelmingly, that's the model of care that young doctors want. They want the work-life balance. They want the benefit of collegiality, where they can discuss difficult cases. That's what they're committed to. And in a survey at Dalhousie, it was unanimous that a team practice, a comprehensive practice, is what they wanted to engage in. So I'm pleased to hear the members say, look, if that's what's coming, let's get an idea of when and how it will fit into his community, and that's a very fair question to be asking.
The honourable member for West Side, North Side, Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that answer. And it's just that some of the older docs who are looking at retiring would either like to have some say in how these practices are set up, or even get involved in those practices, so that it could be the best thing they'd have to wind down. We could have some young docs with some of the older, more experienced docs helping them along the way. They could see more students. They could take more residents. There's all kinds of benefits we'd have to that. But the one thing that they're worried about is if 4 or 5 new docs come in and they're on an alternate level of pay, and they're not seeing the numbers, so when one of the older guys retires, those numbers have nowhere to go. The levels wouldn't be the same even with 4 or 5 docs. If 2 of the older docs retire, you're looking at thousands. So the concern is that when they go, that the collaborative practices not necessarily wouldn't be able to handle them, but there would be more chronic illness because of the length of time these docs practice. So hopefully they'll have some say in how they're set up, where they're set up, and who gets to do what in where. And hopefully the numbers, we just recently heard about an orphan clinic in Sydney for unattached patients, recently had to close its doors to new patients because it's full. So the numbers that come in, obviously the new docs aren't taking the numbers because there's still people without doctors that are going to these clinics. And God bless the people who work those clinics, because they're working a regular practice, they're working the emergency room, and they're working the orphan clinics. So I mean, they're doing real good service to our community, and I want to commend them, and I want to commend the doctors that do work in our community for the work they do, because a lot of them have way more patients than the average would take today, especially. The idea of medicine has changed, and so I just hope that someone will have some of that say in how they're set up, and I've been assured that would be the case from Dr. Vaughn when I talked to him, that would happen. And I hope that the numbers that are coming in new doctors would be enough to cover the patients that need care. I know not everybody is always going to have an emergency or have a doctor, but the fact that there's thousands that don't have them now that are going to these orphan clinics or evening clinics really concerns me about the health care as our population ages. And with that, I'm going to pass the rest of my time on to my colleague.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's my pleasure to stand and ask a few questions of the Minister about situation in the, maybe more specific to the Annapolis Valley. And I know I have had opportunity today to ask about the hospice, so I'd like to ask first of all about dialysis in the Valley Regional Hospital, and if the Minister could tell me what is in the plan for the Valley Regional Hospital and dialysis this coming year. I'd like to know that.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'll respond in a moment here, but I wanted to say to the member for Victoria Westmount that he's aggressively preparing the ground for his daughter, I hope, to return to North Sydney or somewhere in that general area. So, no, I thank him for his questions, and I know how committed he is to whatever change there is, we still arrive at the best medical services for his community. I know his mind and heart is in the right place when he speaks and does ask a tough question, and I certainly always appreciate that. I know the dialysis unit at Valley Regional, perhaps a little bit like the hospice, has become one of those topics and areas that remain, challenging for us. What I can tell the member is that in recent weeks, the Premier and I have met with the provincial renal program, and you know, we need perhaps some new look at not just the locations that you know, have been on the list, and what should be the utmost priority. And so we asked the renal program to go back to the drawing board. We know that Kentville is very high on the list, no question about that. But at this time, we got a plan and a timeline for the delivery, you know, in that area. You know, we do have a you know, a renal dialysis in Berwick. But the plan is to have the regional hubs like Kentville, like Bridgewater. So we'll soon see where that goes. Places like Digby, we hear of you know, Barrington having an ask. So we want to get the role of the satellite community very prominent as well, not just our major centres. So we'll have more to say very shortly on that. We asked for some update on the document that is currently being used. One of the areas that you know, that I believe we have a lot of work to do, and we have to do it differently. Generally, when it comes to home dialysis, you know, we rely on people pretty heavily to come in here to Halifax and get the training for it. I believe we have to move the training to sites across the province. When I look at, you know, areas of BC that are not too outside of the southern corridor around Vancouver, a lot of BC is very, very much like Nova Scotia. In terms of its nature and structure of communities and where regional hospitals and everything are located, they have 30% of their patients requiring dialysis that are on home dialysis. We're at around 17%. So I believe that's an area that we can make some gains and some ground in as well. I mean, ultimately, there are many who qualify for the final treatment, which is a transplant, you know, of a kidney. And again, it's one of those areas that perhaps not many of us know enough about to speak about how strong a program we have. We have one of the best outcomes of our kidney transplant and rival centres in the country that in fact are much larger than ours. So you know, dialysis is a life-saving procedure, generally required 3 times a week. Some have even a 4th dialysis treatment. So getting you know, as many of our units close to patients so that we can at least eliminate the longer drive, that if we can get right across Nova Scotia down to about an hour, less than an hour, about an hour I believe is the goal. I'm pretty sure that's the commitment of the provincial renal program, but it'll take time to get all the sites that we need.
The honourable member for Kings North.
I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer. I don't have the document in front of me, but I think I've tabled in the House before a press release from 2013 announcing, essentially announcing dialysis in the Valley and I think in a couple other sites. But what I do have in front of me, Mr. Minister, is the capital plan for this year for 2016-2017, and I notice in buildings other, health and wellness, dialysis unit, Valley Regional Hospital. I have highlighted that. I'm wondering if you can explain to me why...
Order, please. Please direct your comments through the chair and refer to the minister through the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, Mr. Chair, if the minister can explain the fact that I think I heard the minister say consultation was still ongoing about dialysis in the Valley, and I have in front of me the capital plan which shows dialysis unit Valley Regional Hospital. So I would like to know how this is in here, given his comments already that seem not to indicate that, and maybe we can reconcile the actual document, the capital plan, and the actual plans of the department.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know that money is that it's allocated. You know, part of it obviously is remains on the plan. Again, we went through a couple of stages of, as the member is well aware of having hospice and dialysis as one building, where one floor would have hospice and one would have a dialysis unit. We know that plan now is no longer part of the future. Hospice will be a standalone building, and the dialysis unit obviously will be attached to the hospital. So some of that planning, some of it in relation to the clinical review that is going on, and you know, that operational piece now, we'll take our final word of advancing that project from the Health Authority. But you know, considering the fact that the current CEO of the Health Authority was the former CEO of the Annapolis Valley District, I think we should be at a good place to see this project move along.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the minister for that answer. I guess what my next question would be then, I believe I heard the minister say that money is allocated. How much money is earmarked or allocated there for dialysis unit Valley Regional Hospital on page 6 of this current health and wellness plan?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you know, in terms of this project moving out and how many dollars are for what part of it, design and moving into to build, is always until the project actually gets announced, so that and contract, you know, the RFP out there. We certainly don't want to, you know, tip what we anticipate to be the cost of a unit that will have 12 chairs and so forth. But you know, we're well positioned on this project. Foundation is well positioned on it. We'll certainly we wanted to do a bit of an update on the provincial plan, and that was the direction that the Premier and I gave the renal program, and we think we'll have this back and in discussion very shortly.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. What I understand, if I can just repeat back what I think I just heard, there is money allocated, but because whatever's in the envelope, if that number is revealed right now, that would affect the contracting process. Can the minister show me where in the health and wellness statement of here in the main estimates book that line at least where that line item would show up, because presumably there would be many more items in that line item. Can you show me the line item that would include that number?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Chair, this is a real estimates question that has come across the floor here. It's on page 1314, and it's incorporated in hospital infrastructure.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
So if I, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hospital infrastructure. So I'll read those numbers out and maybe the Minister can explain this to me. The estimate for 2015-16 was 42 million, the actual, which is listed here as forecast because, as we know, it still could change slightly, but in reality that is actual, was 15 million. And the estimate for this coming year is 34 million. So that's the number this 34 million would include in the envelope, among other things, the line item from the capital plan for dialysis unit Valley. Just wonder if the Minister could confirm that.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
The answer there is correct, and as we've had some discussion here on the floor of the legislature about the unspent capital dollars, and that if we go back in time, we would see, in fact, that there's very often a history of what is estimated and then what the forecast does bring. This is really nothing new, but inside of that 34,144, that's where the money for whatever design work and advancing the project is contained.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the Minister is right, because it wasn't my intention to drill down into this book, but I find it shockingly underspent to have 42 million budgeted and only have spent 15 million on hospital infrastructure when we have so many huge hospital infrastructure needs, and I presume some of my colleagues have drilled down into that number, but maybe the Minister could just give me a brief synopsis of why that was so shockingly overestimated, to put it that way, last year.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And the underspending, as I said, comes about for a number of reasons. You know, sometimes the design will undergo maybe you know, a fairly significant change from the clinical community. They may make a different recommendation than what was in the original design. For example, like there were delays last year to account for that money, South Shore Regional Hospital expansion, North Cumberland, Shelburne, Digby General had some work as well, and some boiler projects, and we can keep going to show that some of these just don't get out the door. What I did reveal tonight is that we are working more and more since we've moved along in government, gaining more experience, really putting timelines and that are requirements, and like the Dartmouth General is a big project, and as I said earlier tonight, the design there is on time and on budget, and I think that we need to have that incorporated. And in some provinces there are actually penalties when they're over, when they run over time than anticipated. So anyway, that's where that money can be accounted for.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, and I thank you, Mr. Chair. And time doesn't permit me to drill down into that any further at all. I want to move on to some other topics. So I know that the minister recently, as we did recently, had in our caucus some students from Dalhousie Medical School talking about the huge needs of Syrian immigrants in regard to medical services, and in particular the amount of time it takes for translation services. And I'm just wondering if the minister can comment on what programs or what's available to sort of help doctors with that and deal with that situation of the amount of time it takes to work through a translation program and to go through translation when you're dealing with a new immigrant and a Syrian refugee, and what his department is doing about that.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And what I'd like to convey to the member and all members of the House is, I guess, one of the great responses here in the province, again, that we probably haven't talked a lot about and presented to Nova Scotians. But prior to the influx of the Syrian refugees and our recent 1,000 to the province, a clinic was actually set up at ISAN's headquarters so that there would, in fact, as they came in for processing, in some cases being moved out to other communities across the province, we did have doctors who were very familiar with the toll that life in the camps would take on people, doing an inventory of whether children had immunizations. So they became, again, sensitive to the needs of the refugees. But also, a number of doctors have volunteered to be part of a larger service to the refugees. The big issue now, as we know, is that communities, whether it be Paradise in the Annapolis Valley, Wolfville, Port Williams, there are families in those communities, and they will have to move into our healthcare system, either getting a family doctor, going to outpatients, all of those kinds of areas. In the first year, certainly a good amount is being covered, their medical costs by the federal government. That's some of the final picture of what will emerge is still ongoing. Of course, a lot happened, as we know, in just a matter of months when the commitment to 25,000 was made and that process started. But currently, There is a translation service offered. I certainly don't disagree with the member that even that process simply takes longer. I had a wonderful presentation during I like to call it Advocacy Week. They call it Lobby Week. And I said, I love advocacy. You come in and advocate anytime to me. But four of the, I think, second-year docs at the med school came in to talk about are we at the point of taking a look at, as we work to increase more immigration in our province, not just refugees, should there be where we have those language issues, should in fact there be a separate, billing code because of the length of time that is required. It's an interesting concept, and I'm sure it's one that, Doctors Nova Scotia will probably, if there's that need that is presented by the medical community. The group of young students were being very proactive and extremely knowledgeable about the time element and the nature of the billing code. And so I think I think the member has raised a very good question, but the fact that we have put translation service in place so that a doctor can pick up the phone and get some help.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the Minister's answer. The translation service is of interest. I know from talking to doctors in the Annapolis Valley who have phoned in on that translation service that they've been told that that was only available in the HRM, and the translation service, even though it was offered by phone, was not available to Valley doctors who were dealing with wanting to use that phone service for their refugee families and facing, so they were in the situation in the Valley, they are in the situation of having to have a translator come in at sometimes $50 an hour and the amount of time. But the phone service translation, which was recently advertised or mentioned in the Doctors Nova Scotia newsletter, is not available to Valley MDs. Will the Minister be making that phone service translation for Syrian refugee families in the Valley available to doctors in the Valley to access, just as it's just a phone call? It shouldn't matter if you're calling from the Annapolis Valley or from HRM. So will that service be available to Valley MDs?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what I'll convey to the member for King South is that we will certainly have a conversation with the Nova Scotia Health Authority to see if that advertised service, was to be province-wide or it's gradually moving to that. We'll find out, what that service is. I think it's an absolutely timely one that we should have a resolve to.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister for that. But I mean, from what I understand from the doctors I talked to, it was not available to the Valley MDs, and it doesn't really, if it's a phone-in service, that doesn't really add up that it would not be available. Another issue, Mr. Chair, that I would like to ask the Minister about in the time remaining is, I understand that in Metro, family doctors who make visits to senior citizens' homes on the weekends receive some sort of fee in the billing code for that whole call. The fact that it's not that it's a house call to a senior citizen or to a senior citizen's home, but in the Valley this fee is not paid. So and that may be something in the billing codes, I don't know, but can the Minister confirm that there won't be a two-tiered system where Metro doctors are paid for something and Valley doctors are expected to do the service for free?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for raising that issue. I know one of the driving premises, of course, of what we do in the province now is, in fact, to have consistency across the province. If a building code is being used in one area and one that doctors traditionally used in another, and if that's what is causing the dissonance between what one MD would receive and another, it's my understanding that Doctors Nova Scotia, in their current conversation around master agreement, some of that is to be consolidated, and to be some refinement to that process is being worked out, and of course we don't have a final outcome of that at the moment.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and maybe I shouldn't have been offering an explanation of billing codes, because I really don't know why there would be a discrepancy between what HRM, or I really don't know the reasons, what I'm saying, but I presume it's in the billing codes, and possibly in what was the old agreements between the DHAs and how they dealt with their doctors. I really don't know the answer, but I know I have been told that, in fact, a family doctor who makes a visit to a nursing home on a weekend is not going to be paid for that, but if that doctor did the same thing in HRM, would be. So, and I really don't know the reason why, and I presume it's in the billing codes, but it's something that should be cleared up, because clearly if the service is being done, and it's easy to understand why doctors might do this, it's important that that this sort of thing be cleared up. Another issue, Mr. Chair, I would like to just ask the Minister about is and as he knows, as I know, that we lost Dr. Charlie Ham, one of the best OB-GYNs in the province, in the Valley. Can the Minister tell me what's being done to replace? Unfortunately, I know Charlie Ham's in St. Thomas, Ontario now. Can the Minister tell me when will we expect replacement, or what's being done?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just to track back for a moment with the question around visit to nursing home, and the member is alluded to an area that was likely the reason for the discrepancy, and in Capital Health they had a program called Care by Design, and there was again something within the Capital Health jurisdiction that allowed for that to take place. So now we'll see that consistency across the province emerge here through the NSHA. In terms of the obstetrician gynecologists, it's my understanding that those who are in the team there are dealing with the number of patients that require obstetrician or gynecological services, and I know again because there were 2 or 3 two retirements, Dr. Ham leaving the province, it really triggered a strong recruitment effort in this regard, and I know they were able to recruit for Antigonish when they were in perhaps the site with the greatest need in the province. At my understanding at this stage is that their complement is meeting the needs. Ongoing recruitment is part of NSHA's plan.
Time has elapsed for the Progressive Conservative Caucus. Just before we move on to the New Democratic Party caucus, I just would like to check in with the Minister and his staff on whether a break is necessary. We have about an hour and 20 minutes remaining. Good to go. I would like to recognize the Honourable Leader in the House of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've been learning a lot listening to the minister for the last few days, and I absolutely appreciate the thoroughness of his responses. And a little earlier today, my friend from Dartmouth East asked questions, and a lot of them centered on Dartmouth General Hospital, which is both, we're both quite connected to that. And so some of the questions have maybe have been answered, so hopefully I won't belabor this. But it's certainly it's exciting. What else other way can we describe it, what's happening at the Dartmouth General? I've had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Howlett, and he's certainly a very enthused individual about the prospects for the Dartmouth General. I've also had an opportunity to meet with Adrienne Malloy, who's the chair of the foundation, and she took the time to show me some of the renovations that the foundation had been involved in, and again, very impressive what you can do with space, and completely, because I had the real opportunity to contrast one space with the new space, so they were, it had the whole sense of being expanded and really efficient and dealing with the infectious issues that the minister had referred to earlier. And it was simply done by reconfiguring. No walls were taken out. No, it was the exact same space, but it was incredibly spacious, and it was good to see. It was really good work to see. My question, I just by way of a little bit of background, on April 28th, there was that announcement of $6 million for the Dartmouth General Hospital, which at the time I had understood was for a facelift, and then that followed in October 2014 with the announcement of a 5-year plan at a cost with the budget of $132 million. I'm just wondering, that was announced in October. I'm sure the VG was certainly on the radar and whatever, but it was afterwards that we had some more significant issues at the VG, and I'm wondering if anything, and since then the minister has announced the plan, has any of that plan altered what was intended with the announcement in October?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I welcome the questions from the Leader in the House of the NDP. There were a couple of different announcements there. She's absolutely right. One of the early goals was, in fact, to see Dartmouth General, once that a general plan has been there now for a few years, and once realizing the potential to bring that hospital to its full kind of higher level of service, to its full regional nature, and get the 5th floor done and add more surgical capacity, that was the first and highest priority that we gave to looking at replacing some of the capacity of the VG. In many ways, it has all of the ability to have been a standalone project, but it's now a very integrated part of moving services from the VG to the Dartmouth site. But I was pleased that we were moving on that project pretty well from the very beginning of our time as government. We saw it as a valuable addition to the